with that, welcome. Welcome to today's stream. Hello, Mark. And we've got Eagle Motion in the house. Ghost, hello. Organ, hello. Thomas, hello. Nate, you're going to show some pictures later. Nice, nice. Looking forward to that. Let me know which channel you're posting those. Lisa, good Abend. How are you? Joake, hello to you. Captain Chaos, hello. Saini and Sportwagen. DE, hello. Claudia, hello to you as well. Good evening. So, welcome to busy Cancun. It is WorldFlight Day. So today I'm going to join for one flight. It's a 3-hour flight, so it's a fairly long flight. So we're flying from Cancun to Detroit. I've been to Detroit myself a couple of times on the 787. So I know the airport, I wouldn't say very well, but fairly well. So we'll see how it goes today. Hey Todd. Abish, hello. Cargo pilot, hello, good evening. Oh, we just came back from the dentist. Oh, yeah, I've got to go to the dentist soon again. Got to get my yearly checkup. Oh, dentist, always something I honestly don't like. Hey, Vektoraum, wie geht's? Svenja, hallo to you. Wie geht's dir? Schule, ist momentan Schule wieder oder habt ihr noch Ferien? Also in Bremen ist es ja wieder, in Niedersachsen sind ja die Ferien wieder vorbei. Ne? Also we're flying, I just about to switch to German, we're flying the Airbus A340 and 300, and there was an update. So we'll see how that goes.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience.
Mr. Mangos, hello to you.
Make your way to the first class cabin.
FACE, yes indeed,
drinks,
yeah.
Snacks and premium flight
from now on
will be served. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Mr. Mangos coming in with 19 months in total. Mango, thank you so much. Oh, and it's been a week since the school started again. Oh no, okay. What do you mean the camera's pointing the wrong way? How should I take that?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Captain Black Box infotainment experience. New subscribers should now pick up their pass to first class. Thank you.
Just get the chat up from YouTube because for some reason I can't see the subscriptions there for some reason. But one Sierra Bravo coming in with 11 months. Sierra Bravo, thank you so much. How are you doing? Ghost, I'm doing well. How are you? Okay, so yeah, we've exactly post-retirement. That's why. But I've announced that a couple of times just prior to my retirement. So all good. Okay, cargo pilot. Happy to hear that. Yes. Yeah, you had to leave early, right? You had to get up early today. Hey, Alex. Nice to see you. And Peter, hello. Bratpfanne, hello. Moin, wie geht's? Cool. Okay, guys. I've already entered pretty much everything into the FMS regarding the routing, etc. We've loaded the aircraft up already for some reason. I don't know if it's still related to GSX and the beta version here, but for some reason I can't. Well, it says GSX sim brief status. It can't read the aircraft type for whatever reason. So I've already loaded the aircraft. We'll go through the specifics in a second. I've already got the clearance as well. I guess it's a good idea for them to give out the clearances via text here. So I'll brief you in a minute. The last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go and get the take of performance worked out.
Could new subscribers please make your way
Ed Force, hello.
Cabin, where
90 months, Ed Force 5, that's a long time. 90 months, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Finally, good to see you. Makes sense, BB.
Indeed.
First of all, congrats on retirement. Hope all is well, and it is good to see you, Captain.
Thank you so much. And yeah, finally, yeah, you seeing me, indeed. Thank you so much, Ed Force 5. A pleasure. 19 months. That's a very long time. Thank you so much for that. And indeed, yeah, I rewatched the video or the video demand from yesterday's stream just to make sure that video camera settings, the sound settings are all good.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard.
Although I have a feeling
that
the Twitch alerts are a bit loud. Let me just
new subscribers
dial them down a bit.
Their pass to first class.
Let me know if it's too quiet now, but I think the Twitch subscriber messages were a bit loud, but we'll see. Fishbone, hello. Oh yes, yeah, you're right. Abhishek. Yeah, I remember you, Abhishek. Yeah. 9 years ago, a long time, right? On the good old FSLabs back then. Hey, Conti. Finally, see you as well, right? Conti, big shout out. Thank you back for the shout out, guys. If you don't know Fly Conti, check out his channel. Awesome, awesome personality. Conti, and I hope you're doing well. Conti, you're flying along as well. Are you doing another sector, or are you calling it a day? Because I know we've just been flying as well, right? Ivan, hello to you. Indeed, yes. But trust me, you'll get used to it. Kerry, good evening. You will get used to it. Don't you worry about it. Let me sync the data. So we've got the 181 tons almost on current weight. Let's sync the weather. Adio Lemoyne. I can hear someone coming upstairs. Hello? Hello? Okay. Geht's dir gut? Okay. Oh no. Just going to switch on the light in the other room, which blanks my third monitor for some reason. It's so weird sometimes. Cool. Yes, so yesterday we took some time to get started because we had a lot of lovely people coming in with resubscriptions, gifted subs, and so on. So once again, thank you so much for those. And we've got Tony back, Totini back. Sorry, Totini back. Thank you so much for the tier 1. Welcome. Cat Mitchell, hello to you as well. Britannia, sorry, Britannia 737. Yes, thank you so much for the wishes regarding retirement. Thank you so much. Yes, and GA flying, hopefully February or March next year. It should get going. I've actually got my medical next week, so I'm aiming for another class 1 medical. I have to pay for that myself now, so but I'm going to do that in Bremen, and I'm going to do a class 1 because I still aim to get the single engine piston with IFR rating. We'll see if that makes sense. At the moment, I'm not so sure if it does make sense because I mean, IFR single engine with aircraft that are not certified to fly in icing conditions doesn't really make much sense because you can only fly literally in good old summertime. Oh my God, Ed Force 5! Ed Force coming in as a €20 donation.
Thank you for your kind donation, and please join us on the captain's table.
Ed Force 5, thank you very much for that. That's really, really kind. Very generous. Ed Force, thank you so much. Helicopter. You know what, Fishbone, I think from my experience in X-Plane and DCS, I don't think helicopter is for me. I don't think so. Hey V-Pilot, nice to see you. Oh, sometimes, honestly, at the moment, I think you guys, those of you who are actually flying GA and has been flying GA for some time now, I think you guys are much more proficient in that than I am. So, so it's the other way around. I can actually learn something from you guys. But I've got some study material, so I'm not going to just go in blindly. I'm going to study hard over the winter time, and then we'll go through some streams here as well. We're going to fly some GA and stream here with some real world procedures, and then see how it goes. Yeah, Drehflüger, I can imagine. I have high respect for anyone that flies helicopters. Huge respect, because it seems very difficult. Easy, wie geht's dir? Hopefully geht's gut. Okay, guys, and Chicago pilots, you are in Chicago. Yeah, but so Chicago pilot, the aircraft that you're flying, are those? I can just imagine that, like a TBM or something, which has de-icing capability. It's Scones, hello. And Cucumber Bush, hello, good Abend. Cannon Plug, nice to see you. So, sorry, Cannon Plug, I think I missed a call out for yesterday, right? So Cannon Plug, apologies for that. Welcome today. Nice to see you. You fly Piper Era and Archer, and they can only fly in the clouds during warmer months. Exactly, that's the problem, right? That's the problem. And Captain Leon, hello to you. Gute. So that's exactly the thing. It was very busy yesterday, Cannon Plug. Indeed, yeah. So I think it was just the big initial interest in me having a face cam. So I think things will quiet down again as we go along. Hang on, hold on. Ed Forsyth, yeah, choo choo. Is it a hype train? I don't get those messages sometimes. Indeed. Thank you so much for the level 1 hype train. Let me post a nice emoji. Thank you so much, guys, for the support, as always. Much appreciated. Okay, guys, so topic today is weight and balance. We're going to talk a little bit about weight and balance today. Some basics, nothing. So I'm not doing ATPL theory course here, but some basics. Even though I have some doubts whether or not it makes much sense here in Microsoft Flight Sim, I hardly can imagine that a different position of the center of gravity actually has an effect on fuel flow here in Microsoft. But we'll see. We'll see how things go. At the moment, the flights I've done in the 340, I've actually been quite happy with it. The only thing I was a bit worried with is I have a feeling that, well, I've got 100 FPS right now, which is still good. So that's due to the immense traffic here as well. But the last time, as we flew along, the FPS just got worse and worse. Oops, worse and worse and worse. And so, I don't know. We have to see how it goes today. Right, Cancun Airport, 2 runway layout. As you can see, it's a bit misty, kind of a lot of moisture in the air, as you would imagine. The WorldFlight aircraft are arriving as we speak, so I was hoping to get out just prior to them. And they have some great aircraft.
Welcome aboard the
747s.
Infotainment experience.
And you can see it's busy.
New subscribers
it's very busy.
Pick up their past
Liedenthal, hello to you.
Thank you.
Hey, Rabonios, nice to see you. Moin. It's always lovely, guys. It's always lovely to see new people, of course. It's always a pleasure to have new members coming in, especially those that now are, just getting into flight simming and hoping to pick up a few tricks of the trade. But whenever I see some names that I've been seeing for a very long time, always makes me very happy. So Rabonius as well to you, Guru, and hope you're doing well. Lovely to see you. I'm getting some weird artifacts sometimes when I'm in the outside view coming back in. You see this? How weird. And this is payware scenery. Lol. What's happening? Come on. Yeah, that's better. Oh, Kenka had the same issue? Okay, that's a scenery. Yeah, I can imagine, yeah. Abandonware, probably. Probably. Anyways, so the last thing I was just about to do here was to get the performance worked out. So we've got the clearance to depart at 12 left. It's a bit more taxi time, but I guess we have to accept that. So it's going to be the departure route Nosul or Nozzle 2 Bravo. Digital climb level 200 via the SID Squawk 3210. And as I just mentioned, we got about 181 tons of gross weight right now. So zero fuel weight is one. Hang on, why? There we go. Now we got instant load. Whew, good thing I caught that because we weren't fully loaded yet. So 162 zero fuel weight. Payload is 39 let's say 39 tons, and fuel is 33 let's say 34 tons. So the payload obviously is within the zero fuel weight. So zero fuel weight plus the fuel itself is then our takeoff weight, 196.3. So the good thing I caught that, because now we have to recalculate the takeoff performance. So let's sync the FMS again, 196.1. Sync the weather. Let me just check the ATIS real quickly. That was information India, 360 at 5, correct. Temperature 28, and we have 3007, which is about 1018 hectopascals. Flaps going to be optimum. Air conditioning we have on, anti-ice off, toga force off, calculate. So it's giving us, let's see, calculating, yeah, 48 flex now with the speed 129 V1, VR131, V2147, and the max takeoff performance is 241 tons. Flaps 1, CG 26.2. Exactly, faster pre-flight today. And Ivan, you also saw that issue before, okay. So 26.2 is a good CG because that way it gives us a bit of a topic to talk about during flight. I mean, hey, Voyager, moin. It's a 3-hour flight, so I always like to fill up the time with some theory. And all right, cool. So we'll send that to the FMS. And here on the FMS, we can confirm that via the confirm data prompt. And then, interesting. So how come the prompt regarding engine out acceleration is out of order? Is that broken here?
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please
transitions 18,500,
where complimentary drinks, snacks, and premium flight entertainment.
And I mean we're pretty much sea level here, aren't we? Let me just check this chart here. 22 feet, yeah. Ali, hello to you, and go Sammy. Thank you so much for the 63 months. Long time as well. Sammy, hope you're doing well. Let me try to enter 1700 then. Hey, go Sammy. Anyone know? Is that a bug, or is that written somewhere else? Because I'm going to take NDP 2. Yosem, hello to you. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Hey, nice. Flying Fox, you're American 311 on your right wing. Let's have a look. Let's quickly show you here on stream. Right beside me, or the 737 MAX there? It's a bug. Okay, could be a bug. Thank you much, Rabonius. Pilot 19, hello. So the 737 MAX, that's you there. Fantastic. And I guess you're flying to Detroit as well. Cool. So let's just check the values here. So we've got a flap 1, 5.4, 48 flex, transition 18.5, 29, 31, 47. All correctly inserted. And then what we're going to do here as well, just make sure that we've got the right CGs set. So let me have a look here for the payload again. So the MAC, so the CG position, zero fuel weight is 27.3%. I'll explain later what that it means exactly. Then for the gross weight, for the takeoff weight is 26.2. And so that's all loaded. And the block fuel, let me check the block fuel here real quickly, is 34 tons. That's all correct. Nice. Astur, hello, good Abend. Wie geht's dir? Good, let's start the APU. Let's get ready for departure. While that is running up, I will give you a briefing. Where's my... I know I have a checklist here for the 330... Well, 330. I want a 340 checklist though. Always the same issue where I try to, as long as, you know, if I don't have the checklist here on my app, I'm always searching for it. Let me see checklists. So I need to add that here in in our app. Oh, sorry, the route. Yeah, it's !route. Hang on. Isn't that working for you guys? There it is. Yeah. So that's the route you find on the website from the WorldFlight. Interesting. I'm wondering, is that just streamer? I will check that. Right, so let's have a look. Downloads. Search 340. I know I've downloaded it not too long ago. Oh, well, I was sure I have it somewhere. All right, let's do it this way. 340 checklist. Normal checklist. There we go. Let's have a look. But the thing is, I don't want to have the whole shenanigans. I just want the normal checklists. Let's try it. Good. Demoted? No, guys. No, don't worry. You've not been demoted. Right, APU is running. Let's get the APU bleed on. I'm going to switch off the external power so that we can take that off. Now we can hear the... Huh? Why does it say 380 checklist? No, I don't want 380 checklist. I downloaded the wrong one. Hey, Alright. Ghost, thank you very much for that as well. Excellent. Thank you so much for that. All right, let's see. Okay, so good. Quick briefing, guys. So we are flying Cancun to Detroit. We have already been given our departure route. Let's say taxi out first. So we're parked here on the southern side. So we're going to push back facing northwest. Very likely, maybe some other way, we'll see. But usually, I guess we'll taxi via Charlie, Echo, and an Alpha 8 full length 1-2 left. Departure has been given to us with the... Let's a quick look here. Departures. So that's RNF departures 1-2 left. So we've been given the...
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box YouTube channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make their way to the first class cabin where complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your support. And a big shout again, guys. If you don't know Organ Aviator, he has his own channel as well on YouTube, and also he's made a fantastic app for the A320 as a performance calculator. Make sure to check out his channel and try the app. I'm not even sure, is it out yet, Organ? I've not been able to follow along very closely, unfortunately. And Nate says we were flying over your house today, virtually. Cool. Nice. I'll do a wing wave. So it's going to be departing via those waypoints. So 1-2 left, then it's heading 125 initially, and then we go to uniform November 417, max 230 knots, and then 406, 4,000 below, very important, and then Nosuk 270 below. Which is fine because we've been given a initial climb of 20,000 or level 200. Transition is in 18.5. Sector 2,000 feet. And extra fuel, I did take some extra fuel. Now this will be interesting to monitor because I took 1 hour, not knowing how busy it's going to be in Detroit. So 1 hour as a holding fuel. And so we should be arriving, if we don't use any of that extra fuel, with round about 10.5. I don't know, even more than that. So like 11.5 tons. And currently the EFB is telling me 15.1. But I have the wind data inserted. Wind data is in, so we'll monitor that during the flight. I'm not sure, Ghost. I think taxi out should be okay from what I just saw. So that should be all right. Cool. Should we get an engine failure? We're just going to proceed straight out towards the water. And acceleration is going to be in 1,600 feet. And cleanup climbing at least 4,000, and then return for an approach 1-2 right. Now somebody's just squeezed in here. All right. Then let's read the first checklist, shall we? So we got the cockpit prep completed, V-pins covers removed, signs are on and auto. We have ADIRS. Let's check that here. ADIRS is all on nav. Fantastic. Fuel quantity is 34,000 kilograms and all balanced. Takeoff data is inserted, and the Baro ref currently it is 3007. 3007 set 3 times. And that's down to the lines. Let's close all the doors and hatches, and that's going. So let's also check parking brake is there. Remove the GPU as well, and then we're going to have all the doors in arm. Looking good. So if you look at the door page here, make sure everything, all slides are armed. Fantastic. Then we'll take the beacon on. Fuel pumps all on. Lots of fuel pumps here. And that's done. We'll set the transponder to on. Make sure visible 3210 is set. Frequency to contact was 1210.
Ground candidate 1238, gate 19,
Hey,
departure Boeing. Charlie is cleared.
Roger.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Delta 1846, request push. Delta 1846, pushback approved, cover taxi, runway 12 left. Pushback approved, cover taxi, 1846.
Delta 618, ready taxi.
Delta 618, roger, runway 12 left, taxi by Bravo 8, Charlie, Echo 3, Alpha 8, hold short of runway 12 left.
Bravo 8, Charlie, Echo 3, Alpha 8, 12 left, Delta 618.
Floxap? No, that's... I'll tell you,
Grant, just 25 Mike. Do you want us to go and monitor tower 118?
I'll tell you that later.
Hey, friend,
and Kitty,
my
hello to you.
118.1.
No problem. Great job today. Just 25 Mike.
Okay.
Grant, for my dead Northwest 251, same as the Jetstar. Would you like us to monitor tower frequency?
Yeah, Grand Monitor 118.1.
118.1, you're doing a great job.
Thanks, I had 618, taxi Charlie, Echo 3, Alpha 8, and hold short of runway 12 left.
They're busy.
Charlie, Echo 3,
Alpha
Alpha 8, hold short of runway 12 left, United 618.
Cancun ground, good evening. Windmill 7, 1 on, stand 32, requesting push and start, please.
Roger, the push back is approved and cover taxi runway 12 left.
Going to set Windmill 7, 1 on, stand 32, pushback approved, and expecting 12 left.
Ground
Yeah,
United
fine, Father,
Papa 25. Decision come for taxi 5th side.
Yeah, we're not blocking him because he can taxi out.
Yeah, pushback is approved, cover taxi runway 12 left.
Grand Hello, Delta 618 Alpha, request start and push.
Yeah, switching time for pushback. What's the custom here?
Delta 618 Alpha.
Delta 616 Alpha, roger. Pushback. Please approve cover taxi runway 1 to left.
Push approved, call you for taxi, Delta 618 Alpha.
Lufthansa 999, stand 56. Push, please.
Carolux 16, roger. Pushback approved, cover taxi runway 1 to left.
Exiting from editing mode. Please wait.
Right, brakes released. Ready for push.
Lufthansa 999, stand 56, ready for push.
Lufthansa 999, roger. Pushback approved onto Echo 1, call for taxi.
On Echo 1, Lufthansa 999, thanks.
Carolux 1, correction.
Right, let's see.
Go
So,
V4 for
pushing
number.
back.
Do you request the runway 1 to right, different?
So we've done the checklist, although we've got to reach below the line. Windows doors
Yeah,
closed.
expect runway 1 to right for the park.
And the beacon
Nomadic 105, request
is
taxi.
Who's coming for taxi again?
on. Thrust
Nomadic
levers idle,
105.
and the park brake is off. Before start below the line is completed.
Nomadic
Right, let's
105,
start.
roger. Runway
Engine
1 to left. Taxi
number 1. Engine start.
Bravo 12 in cold chart of Charlie.
1 start. Oops.
Bravo 12, hold short, Charlie, Nomadic 105.
Ground hello from Delta.
Hey Marvin, you did the first flight in the DA20. Nice, GG's. In real life, I
Delta
mean.
10, roger. Pushback is approved. Call for taxi. Runway 1 to left.
Yeah, we're using beta SU4, correct.
Delta 10.
American 311 is ready for taxi.
That's the colleague here behind us. Right, so there we go. So now we've got 20%. I'm going to take number 2.
American 311, roger. Runway 1 to left. Taxi via Bravo. Bravo 5, Charlie. Echo 3, Alpha 8 in cold chart of runway 1 to left.
We taxi 1 to left via Bravo 5, Charlie, Echo 3, Alpha 8, American 311.
Bit laggy for the viewpoints.
Number 621, Charlie 7, monitor star 118 decimal 6.
Brake set. Here we go. Starting number 3.
Sorry, who called again?
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start.
Yeah, monitor star on
So a quick sip of
118
coffee.
decimal 6.
Love myself some good coffee. Yes, Ghost, I am. So the thrust levers, I mapped 2 thrust levers per physical thrust
Sorry,
lever.
question wrong, 1 to right.
But I forgot to do the same with the start switches. Right, starting engine 4.
Delta 1846, roger.
Number 2 is available. 3 spooling up.
End of Chicago 886, train chance for 1 to right departure.
No. You shouldn't ask.
Chicago 286 is the back.
Oh! Okay, I have to say,
Ground hello,
clever.
5 Juliet Foxtrot, request push.
Clever. I thought they would be so busy with the arriving traffic.
Field Foxtrot, roger.
Now that's
95 Field Foxtrot. Pushback is approved on to Echo 1 and cold chart of runway 1 to left.
I'm too polite.
Cover
Guys,
taxi
I'm just
1
too
to
polite. I have to admit.
Thanks, we'll push on Echo 1 and call taxi 95 and 5 Juliet Foxtrot.
Grand Escort 243.
There you go, there's the pushback finished. Let's have a look for the, actually I can get rid of my keyboard here.
245, roger, runway 1 to left, taxi via Bravo 3, Charlie, Echo 3, Alpha 8, cold short of runway 1 to left.
Clear signal.
1 to left, 5 Bravo 3, Charlie, Echo 3, and Alpha 8.
Good, engine 4 is also available. That looks like a very good engine start.
2443,
Let's,
vacated. 1 to right at Charlie.
that.
Silver
Flaps coming
2442,
1.
roger, taxi via Bravo, correction via Charlie,
AQ
Bravo
off.
6, and Bravo 2 again.
Do a flight control check. Got full up.
Charlie,
Full
Bravo,
down.
Bravo 6
Neutral.
to the gate.
Full left. Full right. Neutral. Rudder. Full left. Full right. Neutral. There we go. There's our clear signal.
007, roger, taxi via Alpha 3, correction Alpha 3, Delta.
I know, right?
Then
Indeed,
Byron
indeed.
Delta 1, Bravo
Hey,
4
Yoda.
to the gate.
Yoda, thanks for 72 months. Man, we're getting old, Yoda. Good, so the after-sat checklist, anti-ice off, not required. We've got the ECAM status
Current
checked.
027, Alpha 3,
And the
Delta,
trim
Delta 1 and Bravo 4 to the gate.
So 5.4
Alpha
up
Delta
is
1,
set,
Bravo 4 to the gate.
and rudder trim is
Lufthansa 618 Alpha, correction. Delta
Neutral.
618 Alpha, request taxi.
that's the alpha touch check was
Roger.
completed. Right,
Runway 12 left, taxi via Bravo
let's have a look
Charlie.
at the
Charlie.
charts.
Correction via Bravo Charlie, Teneco 3, Alpha 8, hold short of runway 12 left.
Bravo Charlie, Echo 3, Alpha 8, hold short 1 to left. Delta 618 Alpha.
And windmill 711 also requesting taxi.
Crown 5, up Sierra, Cicadas 1 to your right, Charlie 5.
Victor Echo Foxtrot Papa Sierra Roger, taxi via Bravo 6, correction, turn left into Bravo 7, then Bravo 2 gate.
Bravo 7, Bravo, again.
Thank you much for the congrats wishes.
Apron.
I don't know how to pronounce your name, unfortunately. Windmill 711 requesting taxi. Oh, come on.
Carlos 16, taxi runway 12 left, via Bravo 11, Charlie, Echo 3, Alpha 8, hold short of runway 12 left.
Dennis, you're at the Delta 618 Alpha. Nice. So lot many friends flying.
Ground 04, Mike Delta 1, Hotel 2, survey monitor tower.
From Nieder, the tower 118.6.
And tower, thank you.
American 178, Roger, pushback is approved for runway 12 left, and call for taxi runway 12 left.
And windmill 711 requesting taxi, please.
Delta 246, taxi via runway 12 left via Bravo 4, Charlie, correction via Charlie, Echo 3, Alpha 8, and call short of runway 12 left.
Look at all the traffic. That is so weird. That's 12 right.
Delta 10, Roger, runway 12 left, Bravo 11, Charlie, Echo 3, Alpha 8, hold short of runway 12 left.
The patience is running out.
Echo 3, Alpha 8, hold short 12 left, Delta 10.
Windmill 711 requesting taxi.
Okay, looking for push and start.
Aircraft Alpha 5, Roger. Pushback is approved, call for taxi runway 12 left.
Roger, we'll push back, call for taxi, 12 left, Air Canada 557.
Good afternoon, ground, Delta 209, ready for push and start.
Delta 209, Roger, pushback is approved, call for taxi runway 12 left.
Call for taxi 12 left, Delta 209.
Windmill 711 requesting taxi, please.
Bravo 8, request push and start. Be ready for taxi, push and start.
Qantas 25, pushback is approved, call for taxi runway 12 left.
12 left, pushback approved, Qantas 25.
Delta 1846, sending you some request for 1 to right.
So let's see.
Delta 1346. Yeah, stick runway 1 to right. Taxi via Bravo 4.
Yeah, I've got time, that's true.
Then Charlie 9, call short of runway 1 to right.
Wow, it's so busy. I was hoping to get out prior to the big. We're not doing badly on the time.
That we can also depart from Charlie 7.
Roger, just continue all the way back to Charlie 9.
Oh, you know it. Come on.
Lufthansa 9 on Echo 1, request taxi.
Lufthansa 99, Roger, taxi runway 1 to left via Echo 1, Alpha 8, call short of runway 1 to left. Actually, call short of Alpha 8.
You've got to be kidding me.
Yes, I think it goes.
Via Echo 1, Alpha
I was just thinking
Echo,
that.
And then Alpha 8.
And Lufthansa Cargo 886, we also requested 1 to right.
Qantas 5, you will stick runway 1 to right for departure.
And windmill 711 ready for taxi as well.
Yeah, American 178 requesting taxi and the onboard.
178, Roger, runway 1 to left, taxi via Bravo 7, Charlie, Echo 3, Alpha 8, hold short of runway 1 to left.
Bravo, Charlie, Echo 3, hold short of runway 1 to left for American 178.
Windmill 711 requesting taxi.
1 to right on Charlie 5.
Number 121, Delta Runway, Roger. Taxi via Bravo 7, Bravo to the gate.
Bravo 7, Bravo gate, 121 Delta Romeo.
7 Echo, ready for start, step 43.
7 Echo, roger. Perspectives approved on to Bravo 4, call for taxi, runway 1 to left.
Percent approved, Bravo 4, call for taxi, 1 to left, KM 7 Echo.
Ground zero, for taxi.
Yeah, someone got Snickers.
Service one for taxi?
That was 6188, Delta 6188, ready for taxi.
Delta 6188, roger.
Can we request 12 right? Is that okay with you?
How?
For now, here we are, runway 1 to left.
Honestly, how did he push back and taxi out that way? How the hell did he do that?
Ground Guidance 2064, stand 42, request to start a push.
Taking the call sign.
KLM 2064, stand 42.
Come to 0. I got you. Clear for the push, go for taxi, runway 1 to left.
I did ask for a chat.
Runway 12 left, KLM 2064.
Windmill 711 requesting taxi.
My Qantas 25, are you ready for taxi yet?
Hey Dexter.
Qantas 25, ASAM.
Qantas 25, roger, taxi via Bravo 10. Charlie Nana, and close short of runway 1 to right.
Bravo 6, Charlie.
Okay, by Bravo 10, Charlie.
Did I have that in real life?
9, hold short 1, 2.
I mean,
right,
JFK used to be very busy. Yeah.
Big 47 Charlie on 45, request push.
47 Charlie. Roger. Perspectives approved and go for taxi, runway 1 to left.
Push approved, and we'll carry 47 Charlie.
Windmill 711 requesting taxi, please.
Push and stop.
Captain 11 with you, roger. Perspectives approved, call for taxi, runway 1 to the left.
Push stop approved, call for taxi, one more whiskey.
Cancun Road, Ryanair 7 main Alpha holding Charlie 5.
Hello, Northwest.
He did hear me. He said stand by, right? So.
Ryanair 7 Mike Alpha, taxi via Bravo 7 and Bravo 2 gate.
Taxi via Bravo 7, Bravo to the gate. Ryanair 7 Mike Alpha.
That's a terrible idea.
Nomadic 105, would you like us to join Charlie behind the American 737 in front of us?
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, enter Charlie behind the American 737 in front of us, Nomadic 105.
Carol looks 160, bridge to the 777 and to Bravo, so he will join Charlie. Carol looks 16.
Ask to talk to me, Brett. I'll talk to the supervisor. Oh.
Carol looks 16, expect runway 1 to right, and you will keep way to the Nomadic 105, keep just right on Bravo 12. German cargo correction, Santa Cargo 8286, monitor the tower 118.6.
18.6, Lufthansa Cargo 8886, thanks for the help.
Ground JetBlue 3354, press push to start.
JetBlue 3354, push back this approved from to Bravo 4, call for taxi, runway 1 to left.
Declare fuel emergency. I'm gonna have to, yeah.
Push and start, stand 5.
Yeah, well, if it doesn't give me taxi clearance, right, I'm ready. I've been ready for like 10 minutes. It doesn't give me, it ignores me completely. So
Roger, clear for the push, call for runway 1 to left.
I chatted with him. I said ready for taxi as well there, so.
Clear for push, 1 2 left, American 133.
Delta 1 forward, Delta 50 push.
Delta 10, taxi runway 1 to left via Bravo 11, Charlie, Echo 3, Alpha 8. Hold short of runway 1 to left, join behind that will be a Qantas 747.
Gotcha, we'll be behind the 747 for Delta 10.
And Windmill 711 standing by for taxi.
Full request push to start, 1 2 left.
Roger, JetBlue 33. Yeah, was that JetBlue 3354?
Affirm 3354, 3354.
You've got to be
Roger,
kidding me.
clear for the push for runway 1 to left and call for taxi.
Clear push, runway 12 left, JetBlue 3354.
And Windmill 711 requesting taxi. Windmill 711 requesting taxi.
711 Roger, runway 12 left, taxi via Bravo, Bravo 6, Charlie, Echo 3, Alpha 8, in close chart of runway 12 left.
Bravo 6 Charlie, Echo 3, Alpha 8, holding short 12 left, Windmill 7, or not, thank you. Right, here we go, finally. Tremonia, hello, thank you so much for 57 months.
Bravo 5 and Bravo 28.
Let's go. At last.
Ground Ascot 2435 request.
Go.
Request departure Charlie 7.
Joey, hello to you.
Okay, so runway correction. Yeah, intersection Charlie
Brake
7.
check is complete. Brakes are
Charlie 7,
working.
1 to right.
So I'm gonna go left here, Bravo 6.
And
then we're gonna go Echo 3. All the way to Alpha 8. Now, Echo 3 will be the left line.
Bravo, go for taxi, runway 12
so we're gonna be careful with that.
Ground Delta 6188. We have multiple aircraft pushing in front of us. Are we allowed
I just don't know. Hey Zonich, I just don't know if my microphone was dialed down on a too low volume.
You plug yourself up. Second.
Oh, sorry. At 6188, we're currently holding on Bravo 4, multiple aircraft ahead of us. That have been.
This thing here.
Which I'm kind of stuck here.
That's what's called a Paravisual Display (PVD).
Yeah, join Delta.
So that shows you.
And for now, hold short of Charlie.
If you're deviating from center line.
Okay, so join Delta.
So that line goes left and right, and that's used in low visibility conditions.
Delta
618.
Well, there's a queue on both. So there's a queue here for 12 right, and there's also a queue
Ground
for
Air Canada 557 ready taxi.
Air Canada 557 runway 1.
The headsets?
Bravo,
yeah, somebody's
5.
asking me about the headsets.
Charlie, Echo
so I'm
3,
using
Alpha 8,
in-ear headsets today.
Left.
Roger, Bravo, Bravo
And
5,
they are
Charlie.
from Sennheiser.
Echo 3 for 12 left, can you Air Canada 557. Ground, 47 Charlie.
Sennheiser something.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, yeah, exactly. Exactly my thoughts. Alpha, the kids here, 101 months. Alpha, schön zu sehen. Exactly, smile. Let's keep smiling.
Roger, wrong 12 left, taxi via Bravo 3, Charlie, Echo 3, Alpha 8, hold short of runway 12 left.
Roger 44, runway 12 left via Bravo 3, Charlie, Echo 3, Alpha 8, hold short of 2 left.
It will be interesting to see. So it's now aircraft.
United 618.
I'm just seeing the queue here as well. So this queue
United 618, expect runway 12 right, taxi via Charlie.
is also holding up the aircraft going towards 12 left. Yeah, so this may take some time.
Neptune 1 Whiskey, request taxi.
Where's mine?
Sorry, who's the station code for taxi?
Neptune 1 Whiskey.
Neptune 1 Whiskey, Roger, runway 12. Expect runway 12 right, taxi via Bravo, Bravo 5, Charlie, Charlie Niner, and close short of runway 12 right.
Yep.
That's taxi runway 12 right. Bravo, Bravo 5, Charlie, Charlie 9 to hold short 12 right. Neptune 1 Whiskey.
Game 7 Echo. Right.
This is the Wild West, honestly. This is wild West here today, guys.
Roger. Pushback is approved, call from taxi run 12 left.
12 left, call from taxi.
Yeah, the extra fuel, 100%.
Delta 618, expect runway 12 right, taxi via Charlie, Charlie Niner, close short of runway 12 right.
No, this is not how it's done in real life.
61, sorry, was that for 61?
You would get in big trouble.
Well, yeah, expect runway 12 right, continue taxi via Charlie, Charlie Niner, and close short of runway 12 right.
Charlie
Niner, oh my god, this is getting crazy.
Ground, America 254, ready for push, stand 5.
Well, the Delta is like, you know, nobody's answering me, right? So he's like, okay, I'm gonna squeeze in here, come what may. He's like, I don't care anymore.
Service one for taxi again?
KLM 2064.
Sean 2064, Roger, runway 12, expect runway 12 right, runway 12 right. Taxi via Bravo 4, Charlie, Charlie Niner, close short of runway 12 right.
Bravo Charlie, Charlie 9, just to confirm
So the problem is
now
this.
expect runway 12 right.
Oh my
right,
god.
12 right, Bravo 4 Charlie, Charlie 9, okay, up 2064.
United 615, monitor at tower 118.6.
Cancun ground, hello. Albania 525 at stand 33, ready for the pushback.
Albania 525, pushback approved. Call for taxi runway 12 right, expect runway 12 right.
Pushback approved.
Oh my
expect
god.
Runway 12 right, Albania 525.
David 47 Charlie request taxi. 47
What time
Charlie
is it?
taxi.
Oh man.
047 Charlie, roger. Runway 1, expect runway 12
Yeah,
right, taxi
bring me one
runway
as
12
well,
right
please.
via Bravo 4 Charlie, Charlie 9 and call short of runway 12 right.
12 right, taxi Bravo 4 Charlie, Charlie 9, 347 Charlie, thank you.
American 311, expect runway 12 right, taxi via Charlie, Charlie 9 and call short of runway 12 right.
Taxi to runway 12 right as well.
Okay, taxi 12 right, American 311 to Charlie 9.
Copy 44 numbers, contact tower 118.6.
Now the yeah, that's scenery related.
Guys, one by one, please.
Copy 44 numbers, contact
So now,
contact
you know,
tower 118.6.
I've not seen this before, so this is like a scenery popping in.
105, runway 12 right, taxi via Charlie, Charlie 9.
But I mean, look at all the traffic. Like seriously.
12 right, Charlie, Charlie 9, hold short, 12 right at Charlie 9, Namarac 105.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26 aircraft. If they are all ahead of us. Yeah, we're not ready for the checklist just yet. Jermonia, don't worry. We've got some time, I think. You know what? I think it's a good idea. Shall we start the APU and then shut down two engines? Thomas, now we're not going to do that.
Is it okay for us to make a left 360 from where we're at?
Yeah, it's okay.
And ground Delta 209 ready for
Nicolas, Dankeschön. And Flying Paul, gut, wie geht's? Doing well. And thank you so much, Nicolas, for the wishes. Oh, that's really kind. My pleasure.
We're here at the Bravo 9.
Roger, make sure it's fucking more Charlie.
Yeah, by the time we reach Detroit, all full, we were shut down. Well, the thing is, I did take some extra fuel, right? So, but I'm shocked to see we've already burned 700 kilograms taxi fuel. That is a lot. Blimey, that is a lot.
Taxi runway 12 right.
Yeah, Alima, thank you.
Bravo.
I realized that as well just now.
Culture of Bravo, we'll get you back in sequence.
I understand 12 right, taxi via Bravo 8.
Yeah, Nate,
for now, Bravo 8 in culture.
I'll talk about that later in cruise flight. Like I said, we have about 3-hour cruise flights, so we've got some time. Alpha, I fully agree. I fully agree. For that amount of fuel they're burning, they should be producing a lot more thrust. A lot more. 80 still loud, okay.
Left turn into Alpha.
Let me see if I can dial down the...
Yeah, I can make it Alpha.
Let's see. Yeah, I think the
I think that would be way better.
Yeah, the controller is louder than anybody else, right?
Delta 1 to the gate.
Alright, so we got APU running. Let's shut down 1 and let's shut down 4. There we go.
Delta 6188, deep way to Delta 737 Bravo 8.
Now, let's see if we still move. Oh my god. Come on. Just barely. Hey, 40%, 44%.
Face north, the second runway 12 left. Jet 1 Mr. Bravo Monitor, sorry,
failures, we're gonna have to see,
yeah, that's
because it's such a busy event, right? I don't want to be, you know, annoying controllers by trying to be funny and having an abnormal. We'll see, alright?
Okay, who called for the push again?
Now we have 3 APUs running, exactly. You can see that. Hardly any thrust. Stonefly, how are you doing?
Second runway 12 right, and call for taxi.
Yeah, we paid for the whole runway, we will take the whole runway, absolutely. Well, the good news is, so some of these aircraft are actually taking the one to right.
Push right, use approved, call for taxi, runway 12 right.
12 right.
No,
You've
so
got to be kidding me.
Exactly. So the thing is, Avimar, IRL 321, I never tried a single engine taxi out or taxi in. Because
American 311.
yeah, because it was just, you know, such a heavy aircraft, and on a single engine it would hardly move. You would need so much thrust. Yeah, sorry for the scenery issues. I mean, I went through all the pain of buying one, installing it, and apparently it was supposed to be working in 2024. Yeah, sometimes you have to learn the hard way. That is correct. Fully agree.
United 5-4-16, checking ground.
Hey, Lilo. How you doing?
United 5-4-16, Roger. Delta,
no.
Delta 1.
So SU4 is still in beta. But overall, I have to say, it's running a lot better performance-wise. And apart from GSX having issues, I've not really noticed any bigger issues. So
Alpha 8, hold short of runway 12 left.
yeah, Ghost, yeah, bad idea, right? Yeah, you know, hot airports, high airports. It's a bad idea. So South Tower, North Tower, it's going to be 18-1 for us. 18-1 later on. Let's pre-dial that.
748, Roger, runway 12 left, taxi at Charles 2. Echo 1.
Now, overall, I have to say the controller is doing a great job. I mean, I honestly don't know how polite I would still be as a controller here. With all these people shouting and coming in and stepping on each other, so I don't know.
I just can see all the way back to Charlie 9.
Yeah, Bratpfanne, you know what? I mean, I'm gonna have to seriously check which aircraft are currently working in 2024. And but I think as well, at the moment, I think most aircraft are working, at least the ones I'm flying.
Albania 525 ready for taxi
So I think
runway 12 right.
it could be close now to deinstalling 2020.
Bravo 6. So are you able for a left turn into Bravo 5?
Affirmative.
Cancun, for me it's alright, to be honest. The only thing I'm seeing is these graphic glitches. Dankeschön, Pilot. So these are the only things I'm noticing. Otherwise, I'm having good FPS. No problems.
Delta 10.
Wow, we're moving!
Turn left into Echo 2 and select runway 12 left.
Slowly. Are we there yet? Almost.
Roger. Stand by. Call M2064, give with you Delta right next to you into Bravo 8. Delta 209.
This is the first time we've crossed 10 knots.
Charlie 9 and hold short runway 12 right.
Why is my...
Taxi via Bravo 9, Charlie 9, hold short 12 right for Delta 209.
Correct. Check my tele. Oh, hang on. Did we switch off the nose gear? Steering?
Se permite, muy buena tarde, de la Bianca 012.
Charlie 5, libera pista 1 derecha.
Avianca 012, recibe izquierda, Bravo 7, Bravo a plataforma.
Kenko had bad stutters, okay.
This is Red 222, from
So I need the blue
118,
hydraulic.
decimal 6.
Let me see. Oh, yeah, I've got the, yeah, blue hydraulic is there. But I think I've done a big mistake because
Sorry, which one for please say again,
I have a feeling.
Alpha Sierra Yankee 121. Alpha Sierra Yankee 121, roger. Pushback approved on to Bravo, call for taxi, runway 12.
Is it allowed to have electric? Electric green, is that a procedure? Yeah, green, right? Yeah, that's interesting. So that's simulated correctly.
We're on path 19.
So it's green, yeah.
66, roger, runway 12, left. Taxi via Bravo
That begs the
3,
question.
Echo 3,
I need to
Alpha
get
8,
the manual and see how a Oh, okay, see, that's the thing, right? So you're supposed to do engine 1 and 4. Makes sense because of the green hydraulic, right?
American 254, roger, runway 12 left.
Yeah, there we go. So learn something new today.
Alpha 8 and full short of runway 12 left.
Yeah, Mark, so somebody's just writing, and I think I was looking at the system architecture here regarding green. I mean, the green is the biggest system, right?
Bravo, roger, push back approved, call for taxi, runway 12 left.
Push approved.
So it does make sense to have 1 and 4 running.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard
Tell you what, let's start
Captain
engine
Blackbox
1.
Infotainment experience. New subscribers should now pick up their pass to first class.
Ed ProSource, thank you so much for the 33 months. And when you're bad as well, thanks for the 4 months.
Congrats on your semi-retirement.
Semi-retirement, thanks so much, yeah. Now I'm a professional flight simmer. Flight sim pilot. I gotta make sure I don't miss the call here. So much traffic, oh no. Oh no. So he's going to, let's see if he goes to 1 to right or...
1181, request 25.
Approved, call for taxi, runway 1 left.
Ground Delta 10, just double checking. Echo 2 is what you wanted me on?
Delta 10.
Please form an orderly line.
Left
You bet.
Echo 3 and now it's
Alright,
full short
Eric pump is
runway
off
1
again.
left.
So my engine is available. Alrighty.
South Shore, time say again.
So now we're going to take Echo 3 to the right.
448, roger, runway 12 right, taxi via Bravo, Bravo 6.
And get in line for that queue.
Full short of runway 12 right.
So, yeah, so he's going 1 to right.
And ground. Looks like we target 8270, requesting push start.
You forgot the airports at the gate.
Forget
it.
Runway 12 right.
Forget it.
Runway 1 right.
I'd expect runway 12 right, we'll call for taxi. Looks like we target 8270.
Take around American 803 with the Charlie 4.
American 802, roger, taxi runway, correction. Could you Charlie 4? Actually, call Charlie up, Charlie. I will get back to you.
Some good coffee. And Firefly, hello. Oh, wow, 95 months. Incredible. Firefly.
Sorry, say that call again?
Unbelievable.
Roger. Yeah, Monday start, that's 118 decimal.
So Firefly, thank you much for the 95 months. And give you a round of applause for that. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. No, so I used the APU. Actually, you're right. It didn't have APU blue.
Roger, taxi runway 1 to right via Bravo 9, Charlie 9, and full short.
Is that a glitch then? Or does it open the bleed automatically? Oh no, you know what? Maybe it takes the
Roger, left on Bravo 6.
The bleed automatically from 2.
Full short of Charlie now.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Ghost, right? Looks like it. And Nilzo, thank you for the 32 good. Also, long time. Thanks so much, Nils. I hope you're doing well. Greetings to you.
Copa 3 Tango Whiskey Roger. Taxi Delta 1 Bravo 4 to the
Look,
gate.
move! Move! I want to hurry up and get in my line here and wait there, please.
American 803 after the citation crossing from right to left into Charlie. Make a right turn on Charlie.
So those just
Bravo
joining,
5
welcome to Taxi Simulator 2025.
After a citation comes by, take that right turn Charlie, Bravo 5 to the gate, American 803.
Oh my god.
Air France 201, ready for taxi?
Yeah, we're doing 1-2 left, unfortunately.
Sorry, just calling for taxi.
Air France 201.
Air France 2013 Roger, runway 12 left, taxi Echo 1, Alpha 8, hold short of runway 12 left.
Yeah, V-Pilot, that's why I only want to do one flight today. And I thought, hey, he's moving, yay! So the earlier flight, I mean, there's one flight this morning to Bogota, which would have been a lot more interesting, but I didn't have time this morning, so... This is worse than cross the pond, yeah. Right now, there's just too many aircraft just focused here on Cancun.
Try taking the call comment.
So, guys, the next problem...
Runway 12 right.
The next problem is going to be the approach into Detroit.
40 runway 12 right, taxi via Bravo 12, and hold short of Charlie.
Yeah, if you got slots, it's better. Yeah, that's true. Cool. So an Echo 3 right now. Going to join Alpha 8 to hold short. We're slowly getting there.
Are you calling more Charlie? Alpha Sierra Yankee 121, are you ready for taxi?
Ready for taxi.
Yeah, Alpha, I agree.
Taxi, Bravo, Bravo 5, Charlie,
Detroit
Charlie,
is a big airport, so
Bravo,
they have
Bravo 5,
lots
Charlie,
of
Echo 3, Alpha 8,
lots of runways available, so should be alright.
Okay, Delta, Bravo 5, Charlie.
Oh no, Ghost! Don't say that. Don't take that word into your mouth.
25 Bravo, ready for taxi.
62 departures right now. Oh my god. Yeah.
5 Bravo, Roger, runway 12.
Did I see that correctly, guys?
Left, Bravo
yeah,
4,
it did.
Charlie,
Yeah, the cross the pond was cancelled.
Alpha 8, hold short of runway 12 left.
Yeah, all going to Detroit. Yeah. Did I see that correctly with the wind wing? The next panels are coming out on the 10th of November. So they've got the panel with the landing gear.
Neptune 11 weekend,
and the clock. Yeah, exactly. So the thing is, what I'm desperately waiting for is the RMP though.
Sorry, excuse that call coming in?
That's what I'm waiting for. Yeah, it's true, the ecam buttons, yeah.
Runway 1 left.
Actually, Mark, yeah, Mark, that's a good idea, maybe. But for that, we would need to get some controllers. But we could arrange that, maybe. Yeah, that's a great idea.
118.1 for Neptune, 11 whiskey.
Yeah.
Cheers now.
Ground, good evening, Skyway 25 Alpha, stand 26, ready for push start.
Skyway 25 Alpha, Roger.
Yeah, we should be able to pull that off.
Push back, cover taxi, expect yeah.
Exactly. We order now in November and get it in February. Yeah. But I have to say, the thrust lever and the flap lever, spoiler lever combo, great stuff. It's a nightmare to set up, but now that it's working, I'm happy. Right, let me start engine 4 here before I forget. So I'm going to start engine 4, and let's check the bleeds. So there we go. So number 3. Yeah, number 3 is supplying the bleed air. Look at that.
Roger, Delta 1 and Bravo 4 to the gate.
Oh, Ali, is it really also still long waiting time for the FS Project side stick? Yeah. I have a feeling right now, because of you know, so many new flight simmers coming in with Microsoft 2020 and 2024, I think there's a lot of people already now ordering hardware stuff, right?
A270 Bravo 11, code short of Charlie.
Ivan, it depends. It depends, in my opinion. You know, there's flight simmers that obviously maybe even rated on the A340 or have been rated on the A340 in the past. And then, obviously, you may not be happy.
Roger, the pushback is approving Golf for tax runway 1 to right.
With it, but overall, I think for the normal flight sim community, right now, I don't see anything that I would be really annoyed with.
747 on your right, he will join Charlie just right in front of you.
Give way to 747, join Charlie.
032 number, join Charlie and Charlie 9 close out the runway 1 to right.
There we go.
Ground Skyway 25 Alpha.
The ETA, you mean for the wind wing? No. You get an email at some point when it's shipped.
1 to right, push and stop.
He didn't tell me yet to monitor, Todd. I heard he's sending over people to monitor. But he hasn't told me yet.
Taxi runway 1 to correction 1 to right.
Quarter space. No, it's a spring, Ali. It's not bad, but overall the spring isn't as strong as with the real Airbus but I mean, I've used the Warthog for a very long time, so
American 945, taxi Bravo, Charlie 9er. And the code chart of runway 1.
Well, I mean, if you know, there's people here that are very knowledgeable regarding the systems, right? And I would say they come out and say there's a lot of things that have been ported over. I think for the A330. But again, I mean, I would say, from my feeling, there's a lot of things that are scripted as well regarding system behavior. And at the moment, I mean, I can't really try much because failures, if you look at the failure list here, it's not that much really.
Roger, just made it just training today, just straight from you.
The GPS jamming. Yeah, I think X-Plane is definitely more realistic.
Okay, yeah, it's like runway 1 to right.
Oh, and Bruno just told me yesterday that it looks like the Zebo mod did get an update regarding their flight model with the latest X-Plane beta, so it's now behaving a lot better apparently. So I've got to try that out soon. Yeah.
We were given 1 to right.
No, we can't. No, Daniel, we can't do that today. We're flying on a big event, and if the aircraft then goes out of control because of a badly simulated Emir Illic, it doesn't make sense. Not today. Still 15 planes ahead of me.
Roger. For now, we need the tower 118 decimal 6.
Over the tower.
Oh no.
Ground Skybase 25 Alpha ready for taxi.
Skybase 25 Alpha, runway 1 to right. Taxi Bravo 7 Charlie 9er, close out the runway 1 to right.
Look at this. The 787 didn't get very far.
Charlie and Charlie 9 hold short.
So I'm not sure if it's a good idea to be 1 to right.
45 Alpha. 25 Alpha.
Wow, look at that. Oh my god.
Ground now northwest 175, stand 25, ready for push and sequence.
Roger, the pushback is
supposed to see, that's they're landing 1 to right. That's why they have to wait for so long. So I don't know if it's a real bonus to be taken off on 1 to right.
Air France 201
Hey, Prawns. Thank you much. You're 2 years behind me. I'm not sick of questions regarding retirement, no. For me, it was, you know, my own decision, and it's been planned for a long time, so I'm good with it. Enjoy it, exactly.
And who's all there?
John 1471, ready for taxi.
147, Roger. What's your position? I don't see it now.
1028.
Yeah, so Apollonios, the problem is...
Bravo 6, Charlie 9, and culture at the runway 12 right.
The problem is that when you have a big event like cross the pond or cross the land or whatever, you have many different airports people take off from. The thing with the WorldFlight is, there's a lot of people, especially at this daytime, they want to join the WorldFlight because it's a big event with, you know, for charity and so on. And but you only have 2 airports all the time: departure airport, arrival airport, right? Does anyone know, have the guys from the WorldFlight taken off in their 747?
Roger, perspective approved.
Ghost, no worries. And Dave Cat, hello to you.
Roger, put back approved, cross taxi.
Take a mistake.
Stop by 1064, are you ready for taxi yet?
Yeah, what time is it?
1064.
Copa 764 ready for taxi.
One thing I'm a bit concerned about.
Charlie Manor, culture, correction, still Bravo 4, Charlie, Echo 3,
The
Alpha.
problem I see right now is that
okay, Copa 764 clear to 12 left.
This line is moving very slowly.
4 Charlie Echo, as instructed. I'll check it in the map. Thank you.
So I don't know.
Cancun ground, Albania 525. Sorry, we had a problem with power, so I'm back again.
The livery is just apparently it's a cargo livery.
One to right or one to left?
So this is
yeah,
from
we went for runway 1
what was it
right.
called?
Roger, discontinue via Charlie Man, and culture at the runway 1 to right.
Charlie Man for
High
1 to
fly.
right.
That's it. So it was a high fly livery. Yep. High fly. Exactly. Thanks, Caleb. Yep.
Right or 12 left?
Sorry, what's the call again?
Sorry, 6188.
6188. Respect runway 1 to right.
That's true.
1 to right, okay.
I don't have to worry about flight duty times anymore. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm not gonna lie. One of the most complicated things to deal with in real-world operations, especially on days that have irregs, so irregularities regarding snowfall or thunderstorms, whatever, right? Huge delays. And then very often in summertime we have a duty plan where we would already be planned like for, you know, 10, 11 hours. And then you get like, you know, 1 or 2 hours delay somewhere in that day. And then you already reach your max possible duty time for that day. And there's always, you know, it's not as if it's clear, right? So sometimes, or actually not sometimes, quite often, it's always very close. Because if it was like, you know, if you're absolutely certain you're going to be way above your max duty time, that would be easy. But in my experience, it was usually just maybe 10 minutes. So the problem is, as you're taxiing out, you're still legal. And then I had an example. For example, we had a very long day, and the last flight was Frankfurt to Lisbon. So Lisbon. It's a long flight, and we had thunderstorms in the afternoon, delays, and we could work out the last possible time to be airborne, and then with the flight time, expected flight time, we could be certain that we're going to be within our normal duty time pattern without extending, right? So there is ways for me as a captain to make a captain's discretionary exemption, if you like. You would extend up to 2 hours on short range. But the thing is, I would have to, first of all, ask my crew about their well-being, see how they feel, if they are exhausted or if they're fit enough to continue the duty. Then, as a captain, I can even overrule their opinion. So if they like, oh no, I don't feel fit enough anymore, and I could say, well, tough luck now. Doors are closed. We're going to depart anyways. I could do that. But that's a different topic. The question is if that is a good idea or not, right? Anyways, but so I had the thing that we taxied out, and we were within 3 minutes, 3 minutes of our max duty time. So I said, well, in this time of day, we're gonna get shortcut in France airspace, and then later over Spain, we're gonna ask for the direct. We can make up some 5 minutes, so we're fine, right? No, I'm not a dictator at all, guys. I took my cabin crew opinion very seriously, so not once did I take a decision against my cabin crew, right? So I'm not a dictator at all, right? But there's always a big kind of economical side as well to deal with. So these decisions, you don't take them lightly. So you make sure that you balance all the facts and then make a good decision. Now, so as far as we were concerned, it was a long day, but I asked my cabin crew prior to departure, hey, how are you feeling? And they were all happy with that, right? So we departed, and as we got towards France, there was actually a huge squall line of thunderstorms, and we had to take a detour to the south. Well, we thought, it makes more sense to deviate to the south than going towards the north, right? So we deviated to the south, and we take quite a large deviation southbound. And then, hey Kai, and then once we're clear, I asked the controller, I said, hey, we're clear of the thunderstorms, request direct to such and such. And he just said standby. So we were flying southbound while we were supposed to go at least southwestbound towards Lisbon. So we were getting further and further away from our track. And then I kept repeating, asking, hey, we need to get back, we're going to have a fuel issue. We need to get back on our track. And he just said, he was so busy because of the airspace being so tight with the thunderstorms. And then once we're back on track, and I had the flight plan sequenced again, I had a proper estimate. And now the problem was, it's going to be 10 minutes beyond our max duty time. So now there was a bit of a dilemma, because now we were in flight. I had two options: either land somewhere. So I had to land either somewhere at an airport and go to the hotel there, but having to take care of the passengers, right? Or make a captain's discretionary decision and say we're going to continue anyways to Lisbon, and then face extended rest time. So the thing is, so I called in my purser and I told her what the deal is.
Okay,
and she was actually quite upset, which I understand. I mean, it's a long day, right? And I said, look, but she didn't believe me that we deviated so long. So she was arguing that I knew that we're going to extend the max duty time anyways before departure. And I said, no, that's not correct. Ask my co-pilot. Right? We were within limits as we departed, but because now we had to deviate of the thunderstorms, now I have to ask you all for how are you feeling? Yeah, she was upset about that. So then she said, well, you're not going to land in between now anyways, are you? You're going to fly to Lisbon. And I said, well, that's the plan for now, but if you tell me that you're so exhausted that you're not going to be able to do your duty for the landing, then I'll consider that, and we may land in Madrid or something. right? We have options.
Lufthansa Cargo 270.
But then she said, no, all right,
Charlie,
we'll do it. We'll go to Lisbon, right? But she wasn't happy with the whole process. And I said, well, but that's, that's how it can be. If you're on the ground, you're prior to departure, and everything still looks good to be within your legal limits. Well, of course you're going to depart. Everything else beyond that is just, higher degree of what's the name? In Germany you have höhere Gewalt. So,
Alright, 12 right, Bravo 7, Charlie.
So it's like, unforeseen issues, right?
From Northwest 25, engine Charlie, just weekend United A320.
Force majeure. Okay, yeah, force majeure. Yeah, so.
Charlie behind the United A320.
And the thing is, it's these situations where you don't make friends with your crew necessarily, but that's the way it is. And then I was getting to the point.
Roger.
I was getting to the point that hey, Finny, AB9 is working. Fantastic. Happy to hear that. So now comes the problem. After landing, I had to call my crew scheduling, and I had to tell them, look guys, I have had an extension. We've extended our duty time by this much, meaning we have now a longer rest time that we have to respect. And the real difficulty thing was that my cabin crew, because they have different contracts in that regard, they had actually a longer minimum rest time than we in the cockpit had. So the difficult thing then is to work out which limit applies, because you have the EASA limits, but also we have more restrictive company limits in part. So we have, for the flight crews, company limits, and also for the cabin crew, different company limits. And it's really complicated to work out, right? And I've had a long day as well, right? So I've just been, we've been on duty for like 13 hours. With the thunderstorms, the approaches being very wild. So, I've had a long day as well, but now, 1 o'clock in the morning, on the way to the hotel, I'm on the phone with scheduling, trying to work out what time is the earliest time of departure for us next day. And that's why I've always really disliked these days when we had these issues.
6 Roger, taxi Bravo Blossom Charlie, then Bravo 5, Bravo
Haley, wie war die Mathearbeit? Hope it went well.
Charlie 5 Bravo to the gate, Chenix 906.
Yeah, Chenix 906, and for now hold short.
Yeah, we did a bit of a taxi out. We tried two engine out, or two engine off for taxi out, but we switched off the wrong engines. So we've learned that in the A340, if you're doing a 2-engine taxi out, you have to run engine 1 and engine 4 because the green hydraulic.
Probably like 22 or 23.
I received. Just remember.
Haha. Alpha, it is my problem. That is one of the major duties of a captain.
Roger.
And you can rest assured that your company often will have a different opinion regarding rest times, and especially the time in the bus, for example, right? So the whole topic is, like I said, it's complicated. And the thing is, so if let's say Alpha, scheduling tells me, oh, you can start your duty at 12 o'clock noontime, and I say, okay, right, I trust you. But then, because it's been an extended duty time, I have to file a report with the authorities. So I have to write to the Luftfahrtbundesamt and say, I made a captain's extension. So that's for statistic. But the thing is this, then they will come back to me, because they will check it, and they will come back to me and say, hey, you know what? You've actually not kept your minimum rest time. You were actually illegal. And that's the term what they're going to use. You were illegal flying back to Frankfurt. So then I'm potentially being given a quite hefty fine because I, as a captain, as a pilot in command, I didn't take the proper care to make sure we have all the no, not straight to jail, but it's going to be quite a hefty financial fine. So, you know, the company's always like, oh, sorry, yeah, you're right. We may have, you know, got it wrong, but hey, you're the captain. Right. That's one of my favorite quotes. Was, well, you're the captain. That's what you're getting paid for. Yeah, thank you very much for that. You know. So yeah, I mean, it's one of those responsibilities that you know, you as a captain, you have to face up to. It's as simple as that. There's only one person that you know, is going to have the final say and the final responsibility, right? No, no, I'm not going to prison. No. Hey, Tim. Well, the thing is, so here's the thing. So, apart from accidentally spilling orange juice onto a 737 radio panel, which broke the left radio, which was expensive for sure, and I'm very sorry for that, and I'm very embarrassed about having done that, right? But no, that wasn't me. The thrust levers, that was not me. I was the first officer. Look, when that happened, I was sitting here.
I can barely hear you.
I was sitting here. The captain jumped back into the flight deck because we had a slot time, and I said, "Hey, we got improvement." He was like, "Yippee!" Yeah, right. No, seriously. So he jumped into the flight deck. He was a huge guy. He was like 195 meters tall.
Are you talking more Charlie now?
And then he grabbed hold on one of the thrust levers, and because of his weight and because of the age of the thrust lever, the knob at the top, it broke. It split into like 4 parts. Right. So that was not me. I didn't touch the thrust levers at that time. I did not break them. Okay.
You can have 514. You can now continue your taxiing.
Yeah, 195. Sorry.
That's 514.
Exactly. 737. Yeah. So so I'm happy to say that I've never had to go into a hearing at my company.
Where are you now?
So no official hearing, meaning, you know, with lawyers and so on. Also, I've never been fined by authorities. So Luftfahrtbundesamt, never been fined. And so yeah, I'm very happy about that.
Speedboat 5, November Bravo, Holden, Charlie 3.
No, okay, so Hunter, I will never forget that look on his face.
5 November Bravo.
So.
Roger, taxi.
So he jumped in, right? He jumped in. He broke the thrust lever. He looked at the thrust lever, and looked at me like, and I was like,
Bravo, Charlie,
awkward,
Bravo.
like.
Yeah, Bravo 6 again.
Now what? I'm just the first officer, right? I'm just the first officer, right? It's, you know, you broke it. That was a 737. Yeah, that expensive look. He was like, that was the panicky look, like, where, you know, he was like, okay, we've broken the thrust. Then the problem was, so on the 737 you have a disconnect button as well, right? So the disconnect button was like hanging out on wires.
I think so. It's approving Bravo 9 and Golf taxi.
So the question was, what about the function of the disconnect button? Oh no. What happened? No. Jesus Christ. Jesus, that is so loud. Oh my God. You've got to be kidding me. Right, connecting. Oh my God, it's hang on. 1 engine out, 711. Why does it take the old? Doesn't make sense. 0343 connect. Right. Yeah, V-Pilot crashed completely. That was a good flight.
42 Roger, please keep approved and call for taxi, runway 1 to right.
Are we there yet? Honestly, I honestly don't know what's happening. I honestly don't know what's happening. Why departures are so slow.
Speedbird Anderson Alpha Roger, after the Ryanair clears, you're approved for the push and call for taxi, runway 1 to right.
After the Ryanair, we are cleared to push back, facing east, Speedbird Anderson Alpha.
Yeah, we're hardly moving. What's happening?
Ground Delta 60.
Yeah, Paul, I think so too, right?
Are you doing sequence for runway 1 to right or 1 to left?
1 to right in sequence.
So that's 118.1.
Sorry that we've only been taxiing.
For 6188. See ya, and thank you for the NTC.
Yeah.
Ground Delta 2011, South 62, good push and turn.
Delta 2011, Roger.
Yeah,
approved.
they will be spacing already. Yeah, I think so too, yeah.
Runway 1 to left.
And the problem is they're departing both runways, right? So that's why it's a spacing issue right now, for sure.
Sorry, who called for taxi?
It's United 121.
Yeah, 1220, Roger. Taxi via Bravo 4, Charlie Manor, and call short of runway 1 to right.
Bravo 4, Charlie 9, call short 1 to right.
Cancun ground, November 379er Papa, clear Alpha 12 left, off Alpha 3, and we're on Alpha.
Who's this you're calling again?
Citation 79er Papa.
Citation 79er
hey,
Papa,
Finn,
Roger.
I've got more stories, yeah, absolutely. I've got many more stories.
Delta 2 to the ramp.
Alpha 3, Delta 2.
10 departures, yeah, and the other runway as well, so...
And anyone asking for a push, for now contact ground on 121.7.
So I have to be on the... Yeah, let me just connect my iPad so you guys can see that. Oh, actually, that... So we can indeed talk a bit about theory. So
Cancun ground, hello, good afternoon. Air France 64, Papa, radio 2, copy IFR clear. This information surely at gate 20.
Roger, contact ground 121.7.
217 for Air France 64, Papa.
Endurance 966, Cancun ground.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll switch for runway 12 left. After Charlie, join right on Echo 3, Alpha 8, and close short of runway 12 left.
Just say again, much clear.
966.
Yeah, there's two frequencies for tower. There's North Tower and South
Charlie,
Tower.
Echo 3, Alpha 8, and close short of runway 12 left.
It's your favorite subject, Paul,
Alpha
really?
8 and short of 12 left, just 996.
United 1577 RGL for right turn.
Yeah, they published some pictures yesterday. High fly, no, not high fly. Horizon, right? 787 mod. Hey, Just Mate, hello. Welcome, Jost. No, it's just some basics. So, guys, without going too far into the basics regarding stable aircraft, etc., etc., but in a normal config, we always have...
245 ground, Roger. Runway right, taxi of route 9, and for an Alpha Charlie of Charlie.
So in civil aviation, if you like, so like GA aircraft and the airliners, they always have a configuration that makes these aircraft stable. So what does it mean? It means that you have a configuration where you have your lift. So I call that the...
Skyway 25 Victor Bravo, Cancun ground.
So usually that's called the center of pressure, CP.
25 Bravo, you will now expect runway 1 to left.
So it's the point at the aircraft where the net lift will happen, okay? I mean, it's more complicated than that. So the aircraft has many points where it creates lift.
American 945, Cancun ground.
So on the wings, you know, it has different areas producing different amounts of lift, right? But the net value, let's say, is theoretically a point where all of the lift is centered, okay? So that's the center of lift, if you like.
Tower 118.1.
On the opposing side, you have the center of gravity. So just like on a normal... Is it got whipsaw? Whipper in English?
742 Roger, runway 12 right, taxi via Bravo 12.
Yeah, a seesaw, like seesaw, okay, like a seesaw. So the center of gravity really is the point. So if you have a model, let's say an aircraft model. Hey Reynolds, welcome to the taxi simulation. So if you have a model and you place your finger below that, you can actually have a look and you're going to find the CG point where the aircraft is balanced. Right, it just stays in place that way. So
186, I'm with you.
So think of it this way, right? The center of gravity is a point where the net
A36 Roger, taxi via Charlie.
Weight
Bravo 5
pulls the aircraft down. Okay. Now the relationship is always such that the center of gravity will always be ahead of the center of lift. Right? Because that way you're going to have a moment towards the front, so nose down moment.
Yeah, turn left,
right?
Left turn now.
So if we didn't have a stabilizer, the aircraft would then be turning nose down all the time, right? So that's why you need the stabilizer to have an opposing force. So the stabilizer produces a net down force, so a lift downwards, if you like. Right. So that way, with that arm, right? So that force has to be a lot less than the forces with the lift and the center of gravity.
American 945.
Because of that arm, right? That distance from the lift point to the stabilizer downwards.
Right, now check runway 12 left and taxi via Charlie Echo 3.
So the good thing with that is, let's say you're flying, you know, on a high pitch up, and the airspeed is decaying.
945 Charlie Echo 3.
What happens is that the lift decreases as you slow down. The weight remains the same, so the center of gravity is still there. But because of that moment, nose down moment, as you slow down, the aircraft has a tendency to pitch down. Right, so it's a stable kind of moment. And also, in that configuration, if there's a disturbance, so let's say you have a wind gust pushing the nose upward for a very short time by increasing the lift, right? So a wind gust from the front causing more airflow over the wing, creating a bit more lift for a few seconds. After that disturbance is gone, because of that nose down moment, the aircraft will go back again, and because it's stable in that configuration, it will oscillate, right? But the oscillations will get smaller and smaller and smaller until the aircraft flies steady again. So that makes it stable. Just going to listen in if we have to monitor. So there's a saying that for you know, civil aircraft, for airliners, you would never have the center of gravity behind the center of lift.
Sorry, who's calling in?
Hey, Stormy Flyer.
Delta 2011.
Delta 2011, Roger. Runway 12 left, taxi Echo 1, Alpha 8, and call chart of runway 12 left.
So you can imagine, that a loadmaster on the ground obviously has a big influence on how to set the center of gravity. So the loadmaster on the ground is then responsible to make sure that the center of gravity is never beyond or behind the center of lift. Because that would make the aircraft unstable, right? So then you would have a opposing force and nose up force, and that way the aircraft becomes unstable because any disturbance means the aircraft will actually go more and more out of sync and become unflyable. Fighter jets actually have a center of gravity very close to the center of lift, or maybe even slightly behind, although I'm not sure if that's the case. But the reason is that the closer the center of gravity is to the center of lift, the easier it is to move the aircraft nose. So it becomes more agile. And fighter jets want to be more agile, right? Exactly, so the Eurofighter apparently is aerodynamically unstable. Well, how does it fly? Well, it can only fly because it has those front canard wings and extremely expensive flight control computers with a very sophisticated software that keep the aircraft flying. So yeah, so for a civil aircraft, obviously it's not desirable to have an unstable aircraft or aerodynamic condition. And that's why we always have center of gravity in front of the center of lift. That way, the stabilizer at the end, the way it's constructed, that the lift is downward, make sure that everything's nicely centered. Now, we just mentioned that the loadmaster has the option to load cargo or load passengers in a way that moves that center of gravity. So you can either have a larger distance between the two, or you can actually have a shorter distance between the two. And the advantages and disadvantages we'll talk about once we're airborne. Where did you just come from? Nice try, buddy. You're not going to overtake me.
The correction Lufthansa 3092, runway 12 left.
Can you believe this?
Echo 3, Alpha 8, and full short of runway 12 left.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, guys. This is something I've not expected. 2 hours on the ground here. And we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 aircraft ahead of us.
Contact Tower 118.6. Correction, monitor Tower 118.6.
Monitor Tower 118.6. American for Tango Lima. Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Confirm Northwest 1. What's the call again?
Northwest 107.
Well, 107, monitor Tower 118.1.
It's if you go Autobahn, it's Bremen A1. Yeah, Astor, that's an issue with the scenery here. I've not seen that anywhere else. Oh my god, it's getting worse.
Ground, Lufthansa cargo A320, do you want us to offload over to Tower?
What's the call again?
Lufthansa cargo 8270.
No, I don't have 400, no.
118.1.
Ready, over the 118.1.
A7 is the same.
Have a good day, you did a good job.
It must be a taxi driver, yeah. The Delta here.
25 Alpha, make a right turn Echo 3, then Alpha 8, and hold short of runway 12.
Am I still happy with the aircraft, Reynolds? Yes, I am, yeah. But I mean, ask me after landing, Reynolds. So once we get airborne, once we get flying, and we'll see.
Delta 3 Tango Whiskey, Roger, runway 12 right, taxi via Bravo 4.
Astor, I think I only have like 100 level of detail. Oh, we're not finished, Thomas. We're not finished with the theory. I've got lots more, and the reason why I've picked that that topic today is because
Cancun ground.
The A340 has a trim tank.
Again from the gate. Can you see me flight plan, or I need to resend it again?
We have a tank in the stabilizer
now for push, it's on ground 121.7.
that allows to move fuel from the wing tanks.
Okay, thank you. 121.7
to the stabilizer tank, and that way change the center of gravity.
Delta 2514, you will now expect runway 12 left. Runway 12 left.
So
Echo 3, Alpha 8, and hold hold short of runway 12 left.
That way, it makes the aircraft more efficient. And we'll talk about that in flight. Yeah, Brunald, I mean, it's not really a VATSIM event. It's the WorldFlight event, Brunald. And I've joined it before.
You will now expect runway.
And it wasn't that bad. And I was finished quite early.
Alpha 8, hold short of runway
so I thought I was going to be able to depart well ahead of all the big, the big players. But unfortunately, things have gone absolutely crazy. Yeah, this airport. I mean, I looked and it had 2 runways. I thought, well, it's not a small airport per se, right? So.
Delta 1911.
We have you for the IFR A320.
Roger. Contact round 121.07.
Nah, it's all right. I've got. I took 5 tons plus extra fuel, so knowing that's going to be, some waiting time.
I got speedboat not enough for requesting taxi.
0907 Alpha Roger. Taxi via runway 12 right via Bravo.
Well, the Delta's trying to push ahead of us.
Hold short of runway 12 right.
Taxi 12 right via Bravo Charlie 9. Hold short. Bravo.
Oh really? So Houston says they require 5 minute spacing. Oh my god.
Charlie just behind the United 737.
WorldFlight United 737. Speedboat not enough.
Delta 618 Alpha.
Delta 618 Alpha, monitor tower 118.6.
Thank you, 118.6, Delta 618 Alpha, bye-bye.
By Delta 618, I'll monitor tower 118.6.
But isn't 18.6? Oh yeah, we're 18.1, right? Because North Tower, yeah, 18.1.
Delta 10, monitor tower 118.6.
118.6, thanks for the great work, man. You're what makes VATSIM so great. See ya.
Thanks, and 0711 monitor tower 118.6.
18.6 for windmill 7. Hold on, thank you.
Delta 2011 monitor tower 118.6.
So you said 6?
Tower 118.6, 2011.
Man, I hope for the radio panel. Hope it comes out soon. Yeah, I had 60 minutes ahead of, including the 5. Well, it was at 5%. I'm not sure how much extra contingency I have. So he's like, no, I'm ahead of you.
Delta 618, Cancun Tower. I'll get you in a couple of minutes, okay?
You see, that's a cowboy kind of behavior, where it's like, he overtook me on the right. Now he's squeezing in front, like, whatever. It's Five more minutes. Who cares? Was it 1,000? I have to check how much contingency that was. See the Stinkefinger? Nah. I was able to do that without face cam, but now I've got to be careful. I'm not sure if we're going to get holding because they're separating by 5 minutes right now. So I'm hopeful that because of that separation, and with the amount of runways they have in Detroit, that we're not facing holding anything like that. But I could be wrong. We'll see. Hey Neon, followed for a while but very new to flight simulation. Can you provide any advice on where someone completely new could learn the ropes? Well, the best place really is YouTube. There's so many tutorial videos on YouTube. So start on an aircraft that is not too complicated. So, I mean, a good aircraft really to start is... it sounds weird, but I think the A320 is actually an aircraft that you can learn quickly. you know, with the right tutorials. I'm not sure, you know, the 737 just takes more finesse hand flying. So the A320 is a nicely stable aircraft, has fly-by-wire system.
286, you still with me? Can you read me?
So that's why I would go maybe with the A320 first, and then yeah.
They got it. Somebody's working with you, and I'm on one.
And then just, you know, go through the tutorials.
Give us just about another minute, would you please? Looks like
yeah, I mean,
went off.
with ATC, I would actually wait until I, you know, feel comfortable with using the aircraft, understand the systems, can program the FMS. I know how to use the autopilot system.
Sorry about that. Thank you for your cooperation.
And then, you know, go from there. Right, now let's read the checklist. Before takeoff checklist, flight controls were checked. We have flight instruments.
Okay, Speedbird Tower is going to be back with you in probably.
Briefing still remains the same. Confirmed. Flaps 1 is set. V1, VR, V2. So V1 is 129, VR 131, V2 147, Flex 48. Transponder set. Icamimo, takeoff no blue. And that's down to... Oh, no. Hey, guys. Come on. Can you guys stop jumping the queue, please?
Say that again for Tower of Cancun?
Yeah, sorry. The guys on the right, they're jumping the queues all the time. It's annoying.
Okay, he's coming right over with you in just a minute.
This is crazy. I mean, you know, what the hell, right? Kindergarten. Yeah, I mean, that is kindergarten behavior. I mean, seriously.
Don't you know who's VIP?
Yeah, sorry about that. Houston is telling us to hold on for you another 3 minutes again.
No, I'm kidding.
Sorry. I apologize. It's not us. Once again, it's Houston. Houston wants you to stay about 5 minutes.
I let this guy in, so this guy's already pushed in, right? And now he's like, oh, I'm gonna squeeze by that. Yeah, that's stupid. Can you guys find out the call sign of that aircraft? Can someone do me a favor? Have a look at the call sign. Hey, Andre. November 7-5 Echo Mike. Thank you. Let me see. Where's my map? Anybody? What's the command to write to the aircraft? Anyone know? Message. So it's dot message? Yeah, dot message. So that was November 7-5 Echo Mike. Thank you.
We just spoke to Houston. Houston wanted to hold you a little bit longer, so please be patient, cooperate with us. Sorry about that.
Nothing you can do, man.
Yeah, sorry.
The fuel bill is on Houston.
I know. You guys are too many, and I don't know if they have enough people helping or something. But yeah, I wish I can get you out of here so I can go home early, but nope.
Don't worry.
3 hours of fuel and I'm down to 1 hour left.
I know. Sorry about that.
Surely the Aussie could refuel you.
Why is it taking so long? The problem is with
La Delta 618. You know what, Delta 618? Position and hold.
Yeah, the problem is in Houston Center. So Houston Center is holding an aircraft here because they want, like, I think 5 minutes. They said 5-minute queue separation exactly. Whoop.
I got it. Oh.
So his argument, this guy is saying, ground told us that we have to.
Finally, Delta 618.
We can taxi all the way to Alpha 8. Well, I've got the same clearance. I mean, what kind of argument is that?
I'm Ron. The winds are from the 020 at 5 knots. Altimeter is 3004. You clear to take off runway 12 left. Once airborne, contact departure 23.20, please.
3004, 12 left, clear for takeoff, 1 airborne, 123.20, Delta 618. I appreciate you. We'll see you.
Go.
Appreciate your patience. Thank you so much.
And now he's saying, well, it looks like I'm in front of you. Well, yeah, I mean... Rage bait. No, we're gonna stay civil. We're gonna stay civil, guys. Wish him a was. Yeah, exactly. Have a nice crash desktop. Nah, it's alright. Look, if these people need that for their ego, let them have it. I'm alright with it. Hey, flying for life. Hello to you. What changed? Well, I've retired. So... yeah, I mean, we should be faster than him anyways. Take a photo, yeah, like inverted. Nah, let's not feed his ego. All good. And now we have face cam instead of arm cam. Exactly. Yeah, cargo pilot. Again, apologies. I totally misjudged the delay today. My prediction was 30-minute taxi time, and now it's an hour 30 taxi time. Crazy. Oh, Captain Chaos, thank you so much. That's really kind. Captain Chaos, hang on, let me find the button here. Thank you so much, Captain Chaos, for the 5 gifted. That's really kind of you. Honestly, I mean, we've had some long taxi times. But I agree, we've never been taxiing that long.
Position 12 to left, Delta 618 Alpha.
At least he's having fun, that's good. He's in a good spirit. Right, let's concentrate on departure again. Let me have a look at the... let's see. There we go. So we've been given the clearance up to 20,000 feet, or level 200 actually. The transition is at 18.5. Hour of departure. We checked the waypoints to Norsuk. Important is the uniform number 406 below 4,000, unless ATC tells us differently. And Norsuk 270 below. Hey Magnum, yeah, thanks. I mean, like I said, it's in the end, you know, we're doing a hobby here. We're flying, trying to have fun. I know it's not the best behavior of that guy, but hey, if he, you know, honestly, if he feels good about this now, I'm happy for him. So, you know, let him enjoy flight simming. So we're all here for the same hobby, for the same spirit. All good.
There's 618 Alpha with the winds from the 020 at 5 knots, altimeter 3004. You clear to take off runway 12 left. Once you're born, contact departure on 123.20, 2320.
Clear takeoff, 12 left, departure 230 Delta 618.
No, I'm not really a patient person at all. And it does, I mean, it does annoy me. Don't get me wrong, that behavior annoys me, but there is a point where I'm saying, well, yeah, even though I find it annoying, I'm not gonna allow that, you know, to get me in a bad mood, right? So it's just not worth it. That's what I'm saying. We should have taken a boat, yeah, I agree. Yeah, 08, absolutely. Like I said, you know, I just wrote to him. I said, hey, you know, why are you cutting the line in front of me? And he said, well, ATC told me that I can taxi to Alpha 8. I was like, yeah, I have the same clearance, right? It doesn't mean that you can cut the queue. And then he said, well, now I'm ahead of you. Right? So like, I said, yeah, because he jumped the queue, right? What kind of argument is that? But anyways, like I said, let's not work up about it. And so here, guys, so this is an honest comment now from me. If I'm looking at the viewer account, we've got 400 people in total watching. So first of all, thank you so much for taking the time to come and watch my stream. I'm really humbled by that. So I apologize again for the long delay. I'm going to try to make it up for the flight, or in flight, with some more theory regarding the center of gravity. How we airline pilots take these things into account to see how we can make a flight more economical. What else is involved regarding the ramp agent, you know, their responsibility, and then aircraft like the A340 with a tail tank. You know, what can be done then during the flight to make the flight more efficient, save some fuel. Exactly.
And Delta 618 Alpha, just confirm departure frequency was 1230.
Oh yeah, nice. Yeah. But the thing is this: so if you have someone IRL, well, some aircraft landing actually. Wow. So in real life, if there's an aircraft that's not behaving, I think ATC is the first one actually to pick it up. So. If I see someone behaving recklessly, well then of course I would report.
Delta 10, Cancun Tower.
Right. But to be honest, the times that I had to report someone on the ground was because we had a near collision.
I know, sorry about that.
A near collision with the with a you know ground vehicle.
So I can go home early too, but Houston wants you to wait. Sorry.
There's no point, guys. You joined. It's not their fault. We joined, right? It's just too much traffic. That's all.
Aeroméxico 691, Aeroméxico 691 pesado.
But the controls are great. So ATC here, brilliant. I love the spirit. Very nicely. So yeah, so I had to do an emergency braking once after arrival in Frankfurt because a catering truck just completely. I don't know how they would not see us. A321, all lights blazing. And he completely missed us, and he just drove right in front of us. So I had to go. It's one of the very few times where we actually left a skid mark on the taxiway, because I think it's below 8 knots. The anti-skid is deactivated.
Oh, I'm sorry, Delta 10. I'm sorry. Delta 100 with the winds from
so that's because the aircraft has to stop, right? So, but because then I had to brake so hard. Yeah, we actually skidded, right? We actually made like 2 or 3 meter skid marks on the taxiway. That's how hard I had to brake to avoid a collision. And then, of course, I report that because in the end, I mean, each of these vehicles have a number written on them. So in the end, if I have a passenger or someone getting hurt, they're going to blame me first of all. But then I have to make sure that I have all the, like the plates, right? Number plate. They have like a big number somewhere on the vehicle. And so that way I can report that to ATC. They will note it down. And that way they can get the driver. There's been some crazy stories, Gyronics. Like 20, 30 years ago, there was a collision. I'm not sure if it was a collision or with, there's actually a catering truck driving down runway 18. I don't know how long ago it was, but I mean, runway 18 was open, and then some at nighttime or in foggy conditions, the catering truck actually drove on the runway.
News. I'm going to have to hold you for 3 minutes, okay?
How he got there, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Catering truck cleared for takeoff, right? Yeah, so why is
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your understanding.
So why is the anti-skid off? Well, if you don't deactivate the anti-skid, then the aircraft couldn't stop. Because it will always unlock the brakes, because it wouldn't allow you to stop the the tires from moving. So that's why you have to unlock the anti-skid at some point, so that you can actually stop. Yeah, all right, guys. I think we're very close now. Very close to taking off. Are you happy to be retired, or do you miss flying already? I'm very happy having retired. I'm not saying that there will not be a time when or let's put it this way, there will be a time, I guess, where I am going to miss flying. And I think what will happen is that when I actually travel on holiday, I think then, actually being, boarding the plane and maybe have a quick look into the flight deck. I think that's the moment when I'm going to say, oh, beautiful weather, lovely aircraft. Oh man, that would be nice flying it now, right? I think that's the moment where I'll be missing flying, right? Yeah, exactly. Right, yeah, well, we got, so the thing is this, regarding fuel. I mean, it's a good point, it's a good thing to check. So we had a block fuel of 34 tons. The takeoff fuel is supposed to be 33.4. So now we have 31.4. So from the extra that we've had, we've burned like almost 3 tons now. So half of that. So I mean, that was a good call, first of all. That's going to put us a little bit into an issue when we arrive at Detroit. But I mean, the thing is this. So we know a lot of add-ons are having difficulty with fuel flow calculations. So I mean, this is still very optimistic. All right. So so that would mean we still have lots of extra fuel.
Cancun Tower.
We need to call an aerial tanker.
Sorry, go ahead for 2011.
Delta 2011, position and hold runway to 12 left.
Alright, he's in position hold now.
Roger, hold 12.
We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Yeah, flocked zap, exactly. 5 more minutes. Oh, was that him or not? Oh, was it the other runway? Oh no. Yeah, that could have been the other runway. Sim brief, yeah, you got to be careful with sim brief calculations. But the thing is this: so the average fuel flow we have here in the OFP is 6.4 tons per hour. Right? Hey, Finis, good evening. You joined at the right time, Finis. You've spared yourself 2 hours of taxi time. Well done. So, so somebody said the taxi time is going to be longer or just as long as the flight time. It's
yes, please.
We're almost there. Look at that. He's like, come on, move. I don't want to wait any longer. Move. Oh, that's terrible. Oh yeah, the question was if I'm going to miss
Delta 2011, are you ready to take off?
We are ready for departure 2011.
Oh, ready? Winds are from the 020 at 5 knots. Altimeter is 3004. You clear to take off runway 12 left. Waterborne contact. Departure 2320. 123.2.
Now, take performance. We are a bit lighter now. So let's have a quick calculation here.
Thank you for your patience.
He's so eager to go. I feel happy for him. He's like, can't wait to take off. All right. Anyways, so we've got 53 flex. It says. Yeah, it's a lot of difference. 30, 33, 46, 5.4. I'm just gonna leave it as it is, guys. Otherwise, we'll have to read another checklist. We'll leave as it is. Take the extra performance. Hey, Sim Caesar. Hello to you. Sim Caesar. If you ever think about joining one of these flights, these world flights, think again. It may be a bad idea. Yeah, he was happy to go. He was like, I'm off. See ya. See ya. Lee, yeah, I mean, come on. It's all good. Oh, Lee, sorry, I didn't get your reply. How was your maths exam? I'll stick with the chat for now. See your response. I hope it all went well. Yes, World Taxi. You're right. It is. World Taxi Simulator. Oh, Stochastic. Oh. Yeah, so Stochastic and also Statistic. Those were my least favorite. But it went well. Okay, great. Good to hear. GG's. Yeah, I've got lots of time now, I mean. But I'm worried about you guys, that's the thing, because now it's going to be late again before we land. Holding simulator. ATW. Sim Caesar, I totally miscalculated the event today. So no joke. Look at the queue still. Look at that queue on the other side.
November 75, Echo Mike.
November 75, Echo Mike, go ahead.
Position and hold, runway 12 left.
Hey, Bits. Should have considered becoming a pilot. Yeah, right. I've heard that before. And Scotty Toddy, hello, yeah. How are you doing? No, Sim Caesar's got patience. I know him. He's got lots of patience. The final route, Crystal, was to Cape Town. Cape Town.
Tower, good evening. Skyways Fly 25 Alpha with you.
Stand by. November 75, Echo Mike. You clear. You want to be clear to take off now. So we start from the 020 at 5 knots. Altimeter is 3004. Excuse me. You clear up to take off on runway 12.
Oh no! Don't.
Once airborne contact departure on 123.20. 2320.
I don't know how I would react with a crash desktop after liftoff now.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. The rest of the guys, they're behind this plane. I do appreciate your patience. And once again, be ready. Departure is going to be 2320 after you take off, okay? 123.20. Thank you. Thank you for your cooperation.
Right, so what's he waiting for now? He's been so eager to take off. He got the takeoff clearance. Yeah, tower's fantastic. ATC is fantastic. The amount of traffic... Is he for real? Oh, hang on. Let me get rid of my keyboard. He ran out of fuel. Exactly. Imagine that. I have to disconnect. Ran out of fuel. Sorry. He forgot how to take off. Yeah. Exactly. All right. Let's make sure we don't forget how to take off. Right. Let's get terrain on. Weather radar is on my side. So we've done everything. Man, is this weird, having been on the ground for so long. And now I'm actually worried about missing something. So we're good. Fuel check was alright. We still have enough extra fuel. Put those on already. TCAS, yeah, you're right. We can put TCAS on already as well. Thank you. TCAS is on. TA only. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, I thought you guys have to see this.
Oscar Echo Oscar 711, position and hold runway 12 left.
Okay, that's windmill 701, position hold 12 left. Thank you. Alright, approach sector's clear. At least there's entertainment, right? So. Oh no. Alright, cabin crew is advised. Lights are on, packs remain on, radar, TCAS, all on. We're ready. Oh no.
Sí, okay, perfecto.
No, MG King, is that true? Nah, I don't think that was him. No, I don't think so, right? If it was, then I would have a laugh about that, but... Yeah, that's how pros do it, right? Oh, hang on. We're ready.
Now that's how pros do it.
No way. No way. He's gone? Seriously? He disappeared from VATSIM radar. Sorry for laughing, but that is insta karma. That is insta karma, yeah. Oh my god. No way. Sorry. Oh, that's gonna make me cry.
711, just one more minute, okay?
Yeah, you guys are awesome. Thank you. Waiting patiently. 711.
I know. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for your patience.
You ran out of fuel. Yeah, imagine that. So imagine that you ran out of fuel on takeoff. Oh my god. Hey Nico, have a look at the replay. Like 30 minutes ago, someone.
Oscar Echo Oscar 711 with the winds from the 020 outside altimeter 3004. You clear to take off runway 12 left. Once on board, departure on 123.20.
Windmill 701, 12 left, clear for takeoff. Once airborne, 123.20. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too as well, and thank you for your patience.
Take off. We have Manflex 48, SAS runway auto thrust blue. Thruster set. We're finally moving. Can you believe it? It's still a bit twitchy in the rudder. Ooh, we're heavy. We are heavy for sure, accelerating quite slowly. Well, at least we're accelerating.
V1.
Rotate.
Oscar Echo Oscar 711 heavy. I know you're just taking off, but they give me a new instruction. Contact departure on 12470. I apologize.
No worries, we'll do that. 124.7. See ya. Windmill 711.
Thank you much.
It's cool.
Romeo Echo Victor 966, position and hold. And be aware that now departure is on what?
Cancun departure. Good evening from Windmill 711. Just departed. 900 climbing climbing flight level 200. Right, thrust climb out magenta 4000. Cancun approach hello from Windmill 711 passing 1400 climbing level 200. Flaps 0. Speed check flap 0. Disarming spoilers.
Oscar Echo Oscar 711 stop by. Windmill 711. Radar contact. Turn right heading 120 for sequence and climb to flight level 200.
Okay, right heading 120 and climbing level 200. Windmill 711. Open climb heading.
KLM 448, contact 128.3.
Alright, let's have a look outside here. Oh, yes, please. We're flying, can you believe it? We are flying. Nice. Oh, man. It feels good, finally to be in the air. A bit hazy today, but still. Free, exactly, finally. We're not going the direction we want to go, but at least we're flying, right? At least we are flying. Right, passing 4,000. And later holding over Detroit. I hope not. I hope not. I mean, I've still got some coffee, so I'm good on coffee, but we'll see.
By continue direct Cancun VOR and maintain 5,000.
Oh, Rabonius, thank you so much. Oh, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much for that. Guys, those that have been gifted just sub now and early on from Captain Chaos, please say a huge thank you to them. Yeah, 5-7 something, Dennis. Yeah, exactly. Is he back online? Thank you for holding out so long. Thank you so much, guys. You make, you with your questions and your jokes, you're making it very easy for me. So thank you so much. Is he back online? Taxi fuel was, I think, 3 tons. Roundabout. He's not. Okay. Oof. No. Okay. But I mean, that shows, right? Karma, or instant karma, does exist. It does. It wasn't crashing. Oh dear. Yeah, that was funny. I mean, it would have been even funnier if he was the one who screamed.
German cargo 8270 heavy, turn left heading 360, climb to flight level 400, 360 and
Oscar
400.
Q, I have the
Was it 360 for the heading?
Correct, heading north and 400 level.
360 and 400, Lufthansa cargo 8270.
So I bought it on I think it's from Mako Simulations. Oh my god. Guys, Stormy Flyer! Thanks so much as well. Stormy Flyer. Coming in with another 5 gifted. Stormy, thank you so much for that. Thank you very much, my friends. Guys, you guys are being way too generous. Thank you so much for all the support. Stormy Flyer, thank you very much, man. And all those that got gifted just now from Stormy Flyer, also say a big thank you to him as well. Really, really kind of you guys. Guys, just out of but just, you know, just I'm noticing that as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is that heading?
Giant 1471 heavy radar contact.
That heading's not exactly a good heading to go to Detroit, is it? Because on this heading we're going like Africa, not Detroit. What is going on today? Oh my god. Yeah, hopefully. I've got to turn soon because our fuel is getting more and more problematic now, to be honest. What's going on? So once again, Stormy Flyer, Ribonius, and also a big thank you to Captain Chaos for all those gifted subs. Thank you so much. Okay, so they attacked. Okay, so that guy there, 20 miles ahead, they turned him 360. Okay. Wow.
Windmill 711 heavy, turn left heading 360, climb to flight level 380.
Left heading 360, climbing flight level 380, windmill 711. Whew. So.
Endurance 966 radar contact.
So we have open climb 380.
Heading 090 and climb to flight level 400.
That's heading 090?
Correct, heading 090 and flight level 400.
Oh, that is quite high, 380, but I think I would leave that in for now. And I'll tell you why later, once we get up there.
Merit approach with us, 5 minutes 825 with you here. We're on the Luba Uno Echo arrival here. We've got information Lima 525. Yeah.
Oh my god, John, you gifted yesterday as well. John, thank you so much again.
Radar contact.
Guys, for all of you, a big round of applause. John coming in as well, 5 gifted subs.
Correction, 12 right.
And so Dan, Captain Slow,
12 right
Nandex Power, TW Simulations, and Clumsy Nick, please say a big thank you to John Terminer as well. John, thank you so much. Oh my god. Zunek, thank you much for the wishes. Oh my god. Oh no. Sim Caesar. Oh my god. Sim Caesar. Caesar coming in with 10 gifted as well. Guys, once again, big shout out to Sim Caesar. If you do not know him, please check out his channel on Twitch. And Caesar, when are you streaming next, Caesar? Today's Monday, right? Is it Tuesday or are you streaming tonight?
Departure Delta 2507.1200, climbing flight level 200.
Delta 2507, radar contact, climb unrestricted, flight level 340.
Climb unrestricted, flight level 340, Delta 2507, thanks.
Thank you so much. So, I hope I'm not forgetting anyone. So Sim Caesar, 10 gifted. Thank you so much. John Tamari, 5 gifted. We've got Stormy Flyer, 5 gifted. Ribonius, 5 gifted. Captain Chaos, 5 gifted. And then thank you so much for all the research. And Ribonius tipping €5 as well. Hang on, let's read the message.
Thank you for your kind donation. And please
oh, you're right. You're right. Oh, I forget. Rabonius, thanks again for the 5 as well, €5. And yes, of course, my pleasure. And champagne for everyone today.
There's a girl in 23A who needs to pee for almost 2 hours now.
Oh, we got transition as well. So we got standard sets. Cross set. Absolutely. So here we go. With a beautiful view. Oh, you got the jump seat. Okay. So Caesar, I'm going to try to contact you regarding another shared flight as well.
Do you know how long we'll be staying on this heading?
So next Monday, I'm not sure if you already got made plans. So either next Monday or the Monday after, maybe I can arrange
approx 30 miles.
A shared flight with you.
So, like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Either Monday. So okay. So tell you what. Then let's aim for next Monday then, right? In 1 week. Yeah, that would be great. So next Monday, you can choose any aircraft you like. We'll do another lovely shared flight together. Quotenwagen rights, just something to consider. Copenhagen also had winter night, and they just declared a ground stop. Really? And they told all arrived.
Wow. Radar contact, maintain heading 130 and climb.
Unbelievable what's going on today.
200.
Heading 130, climb 200.
Wow. So that's Copenhagen. Wow. Look at that. Oh my god. He's diverting already. No, he's flying to Tampa. Okay, he's a clever guy. He's flying to Tampa. Oh my god. And there we're heading up here. Look at that. We're crossing pretty much major parts of US today. Memphis. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we got some nice views later on. Weather should be fine. Copenhagen, 88 arrivals right now and 49 departures. Crazy. Crazy stuff. Yes, Paul, we have departed. The only problem right now, we're still not on our
German cargo, Lufthansa cargo
on our routing.
Heavy contact 128.3. Good flight.
Contact 128.3 Lufthansa cargo 8270.
Bye.
Yeah, that's him to the right. Wow, that's time to convert to IVA. Nah. The thing is, I mean, yeah, but you've got to say that there are some events now. So Friday, Frankfurt, for example.
Giant 1471 heavy contact 128.3.
Copenhagen is also very, very, popular. I mean, it is getting busy. It is getting really busy. I wonder if at some time they are going to start giving out slot times. How many emergency landings? We'll see. Now, one thing though.
Windmill 711 heavy contact 128.3.
128.3. Thank you, Windmill 711.
Yeah, Endurance 966, turn left heading 360.
That's heading north of the...
Oh. There we go. Cancun again from Windmill 711, passing 260, climbing 380, heading 360.
Windmill 711, sorry, hello, radar contact. Maintain present heading, climbing, maintain flight level 380.
Yeah, maintain heading, climbing 380, Windmill 711. Oof, all right. Yeah, so one thing we're going to check later is, so as soon as we get a routing, a direct to one of our routing points, we can then do a better fuel check. But what we can do now already is we can clear out some of these waypoints. And that way, what the FMS should do, it should actually theoretically calculate the fuel to fly to that waypoint and then continue on the routing. So that way, we get a bit better estimate now, but I would still be careful with this estimate, 11.7. So the question is now, what's the lowest fuel level that we can accept in Detroit? So we have Cleveland as the alternate airport. The fuel required is 2.8 tons, including on top of that, the final reserve of 2.5 tons. And that brings our required fuel at the missed approach point at 5.3. Okay. So anytime the fuel value here is above 5.3, we are still good. Okay. So anything on top is that is extra. Okay. So that's the line in the sand, if you like. 5.3. So right now I'm not worried just yet, okay? So if you look at now at the cruising level, so normally the highest that I should be accepting really would be 370. So that's 500 feet above the optimum. That's normally what I would, say that's the most efficient step climb deviation, right? Now, the reason why I am accepting 380 is we're going to burn some more fuel to get up there, right? We're climbing fairly slowly. We're going to take another 10, maybe 15 minutes to get up there.
Windmill 711 heavy, direct PSAT.
Direct to PSAT, thank you, Windmill 711. Right, let's do that. Let's go direct PSAT. Do we want a beam points? Yeah, let's get a beam points.
German cargo A270.
And we're back on nav.
Turn left heading 2900.
Second for Lufthansa Cargo 8270.
Again.
Sorry, Lufthansa Cargo 8270 heavy.
11.9 is fine. That's as a fuel value.
Lufthansa Cargo 8270.
That as a fuel value is fine.
2507, flight level 17.6 flying, car climbing flight level 340.
Delta 2507,
yeah.
Radar contact,
so by the time that we've reached 380, I would expect the optimum to be, look at that, it's already 370 now. So it could very well be, by the time we reach 380, we're very close to 375. So that's why I did accept 380.
527, are we clear to descend?
And that way we actually
527,
well on our way.
To 3000 and contact approach 124.7. Good day.
Is ATC okay now, or can I dial it down a bit more? Let me know if it's too loud or not.
Northwest 107 heavy, contact Houston 132.775.
Rubonius, thank you so much once again. Thank you for your support. That's very generous of you. Rubonius, see you next time.
Delta 10 heavy, contact Houston 132.775. Good day.
All good. Was it us? Nah. Nah, we're still far away from Houston. Okay. Okay, so initially, if I have that in real life, or when I had that in real life, that I was concerned about our reserve values at the destination, I would wait until we get back to the routing and let's check fuel again. So, if right now,
9066 endurance, hello 9066 radar contact.
The estimate would be, let's say, 6 tons, giving us only, 7 kilograms extra fuel, which isn't much for the A340, right? Then there are, of course, ways to optimize the flight path right now regarding, airspeed, optimum flight level. One thing I would do normally is I would go and update the wind. So it's been a while, it's been like 3 hours since we loaded the wind data, and the updates come out at 1700, at 2300, at 5 in the morning, and then 11 in the morning UTC. So they get, every 6 hours they update the wind data. So what I would do now, I would try to get an update, see if there's any difference. And then on our EFBs, so the real world EFBs, what we had was a very sophisticated software that actually has a connection to the FMS or the MCDU. And that way, it would pull out data. It would get data regarding temperature, wind data, etc., aircraft weight.
German cargo 8270 heavy, direct VSAT.
So that way, the calculator that we had was able to optimize the cost index for us. What we could also do, we could calculate scenarios. So for example, we could say, well, we're a bit late, we're a bit behind schedule.
Direct VSAT.
Is there a possibility to arrive on time still? So we could put in a latest time on position into the calculator, and then depending on the airport, the database had an average taxi-in time for that airport. So that way, the program would say, okay, if you want to be at the gate at this time latest, minus the or adding the taxi time, then your touchdown time has to be this and this. And then it will work out, if possible, with a higher cost index and the different flight level, if that time could be met, including the fuel reserves. And if it's possible, then we could adapt. So also another thing, what happens is that after takeoff we would get a list, so a passenger information list, and it would actually tell us how many passengers are connecting to another flight. And that way the software knew how many of those passengers potentially will miss their flight if we arrive at the current time.
What's your MAC number?
So it would tell us, you have some high yielding passengers on board, that if you fly, let's say Mach 0.002 faster and burn and burn 2 tons more, that's still going to be cheaper, because then potentially those high yielding business class or first class passengers will get their onward flights, and then that fuel is still worth, if you like, worth spent economically. Now of course it's going to be a higher fuel burn, right? So there's always a downside that yes, you're going to save people from having to stay overnight maybe at the destination and then catch a flight next day, but at a cost for the environment.
Go ahead, 1471.
So you had to make sure that you're not gambling, right? So there must be a realistic chance.
Yes,
and you've got to be careful not to calculate scenarios that are unrealistic, meaning you're going to burn a lot of fuel and then still those passengers don't make the onward flights.
618 Alpha, contact Houston.
Right, so you've got to be realistic, and this is where your experience comes into play, right? How dare you? Yeah, exactly, right. Great, I would be happy. But what I'm trying to point at is that we pilots, we do have a clear mission in that regard, trying to fly efficiently, right? Always efficiently with regard to environment, but also trying to balance that with our promise to get passengers safely to your destination, of course, but also on time, so that you can make your connection flights if you have them. Or let's say you have a connecting train ride or something, right? There's a lot of onward travels going on. So the technology that I've witnessed over time with these electronic flight bags and the software that they contain has really been incredibly progressive. So it's very nice to see. Yeah, Absolutely, yeah. Not just the 787, also on the A320, we use that a lot, yeah. Yeah, so air marshals. Okay, so this is a topic that I can't say much about. So, because that is a very sensitive security topic, right? So, I mean, the question was if I ever had the situation where an air marshal actually had to do something. And I can say no, I never had that situation. Okay, I can answer that. But otherwise, I'm very limited on what I can comment on that.
775 today. The Giant 1471.
Yeah. Dennis, you can always contact me on Discord. Right, we've got Mac Alt Cruise. We finally. So next thing I want to do. So when we reach cruising altitude, have a look now. You see this happening completely automatic. So as I was saying,
just 1 minute, and then after
so we're just getting a little message saying trim tank transfer. So now seeing that the conditions are met, and I'll show you the conditions that are required for fuel being able to be transferred from the main tanks back to the stabilizer fuel tank. So it's quite fascinating, the technology behind that, because you can imagine the tank in here holds how many, 5 tons or something. So you have to also consider these contingencies where what happens that you transfer the maximum fuel amount, let's say 5 tons, to the stabilizer, the valve closes, and then the valve gets stuck. Then you can't transfer the fuel back again. All right, and then you may run into issues not only with the remaining fuel, because that fuel then becomes unavailable and unusable, but also you may run into issues with the center of gravity. And so, you know, the engineers had to make sure that in these conditions, should that happen,
turn left,
you know, we've got
290.
emergency checklists that could cover that. Right.
Giant
But in principle,
heavy direct
the idea is brilliant, because what's happening now is that we are transferring fuel.
KLM 448 heavy, contact Houston 132775 today.
775, FSLabs A320, have a good day.
You too, Giant 1475 heavy, contact Houston 132775, good day. Houston 132.
So what we're doing now is we're actually moving. So let's say we had a center of gravity position here, so very far forward of the lift point, meaning we had to create a very large downtail force, stabilizer downforce, and that causes a lot of drag, right? Aerodynamically,
American 9045,
if you have to position that fin
heading, climate maintains a level 350.
More away from the airflow, it creates more drag, right? And that means a higher fuel burn. So it's a fantastic system to have, to actually be able to transfer fuel from the main tank back towards the stabilizer, hence
Delta 250,
moving the center of gravity
Houston, turn right heading 080.
more towards the lift point, and hence lowering the requirement of the stabilizer to create a big downforce. So it's less downforce required, less drag being created, meaning less fuel burn. So that makes a lot of sense. So it's very economical that way.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And Sarbi7, thank you so much for the 4 months. Sarbi, how are you doing? Nice to see you, and thank you so much for your support.
New subscribers should now pick up their past first class. Thank you.
And Avimar is asking, he said that the plane has a nose down tendency because center of gravity is front of the center of lift. Why the stables then have lift towards down? Yep. So imagine like a seesaw, right? So you have a seesaw, right? And so that is balanced, right? Now, if you increase weight, so if you have weight here, this will be the lift point, right? You need an opposing force on this side as well, right? But because this has a longer arm, stabilizer being longer back, the force required is less. But to keep that seesaw level, you need another force at the rear, right? And that's why, that's the whole concept then of having a stable aircraft, right? Of course, you know, you could say, well, it's going to be extremely efficient, right? If you have your center of gravity exactly
go ahead.
below the center of lift, because then you need zero downforce, right? And that would be the most efficient way.
But proceed direct to
in principle, yes. The problem is,
Houston is online, so be aware of that.
aerodynamically, the aircraft becomes less stable. So what does it mean? It means your stall behavior of the aircraft becomes less predictable and more chaotic, if you like. So normally, if you have a stable aircraft, you know, and you get into a stall, the nose would just simply lower, right? Just by these aerodynamic forces. And so stall means the nose lowers, and you can recover very easily from that. Now, if you have the condition that the center of gravity is right at the lift point, if you stall, the aircraft literally just falls down.
No, thank you.
Right? There's no nose down moment anymore. And that's why for transport aircraft, that's all, you know, that's not a desirable position to be in. So that's why it's required that the center of gravity is always in front of the center of lift. Right.
10 degrees left.
How long have you been flying? Oh, hang on, I've got an updated command here. Hold on. Give me a second. There we go. I had to change that because I'm retired now, so 30 years of flying and 17,500 flight hours. And Chris, one of my moderators, he already made some new commands so to show you guys how many flight hours I have on each aircraft type.
Stevens 42 heavy direct PSAT.
So before we get into the center of gravity things,
Skyways 25 Bravo, hello, radar,
I want to show you
direct PSAT, climb and maintain flight level 340.
something that you see very often in your EFBs. So unfortunately here, in the A340 EFB, we don't have that center of gravity graph, right? So normally what you have is you have an axis with the aircraft weight, and then an axis with the center of gravity.
711 heavy, contact Houston 132775, good day.
132775, thank you much, bye-bye, Windmill 7. So that graph you will see quite often in your aircraft add-ons here in the flight sims. I don't know how many degrees it has to be in front. I guess maybe that's aircraft related as well. Houston radar, good afternoon. Windmill 711, level 380, approaching PSAT. Oh, 775. Hang on. 775, not 7. There we go.
55.
Houston Center, good afternoon. Windmill 711, PSAT level 380.
711, Houston, hello.
He's chilled.
Northwest 107, contact Jacksonville 3592, make your request to them.
3592,
okay, so then what we have to make sure is that the aircraft stays within limitations. So we have a takeoff limit. Let me just see if I can find that. I'm not sure if I have it here. No. So so you have a limitation for takeoff, right? So normally the takeoff boundaries are a bit wider. Then you need a landing envelope and also a zero fuel weight envelope. So within these envelopes, you have to make sure that the corresponding weights, either be it zero fuel weight, be it the takeoff weight, or be it the landing weight, are always within that envelope, so it's always within these limits.
Hello, good day. Houston Center, Lufthansa Cargo 8270
Dramatic
at
entrance there.
400.
Lufthansa Cargo 8270 Houston, hello.
So that is the responsibility of the ramp agent. So when they load the cargo into the cargo into the bulks and the cargo holds, because the ramp agents normally don't have much influence on the seating distribution, right? So for the passengers, that is being done pretty much automatic these days. So the software will distribute the passengers depending on the seat loading or the aircraft loading numbers. And you can imagine that, let's say, and I've had that quite often during the pandemic, where we had an A321 and we only had like 20 passengers. Now you can imagine if all of the 20 passengers are seated right at the end, that puts the center of gravity a lot further back, potentially even outside of the range, right? Now you can compensate that by putting cargo into the front cargo hold and leaving the rear cargo hold empty. So that way the ramp agent with the cargo loading has an option, depending on the capacity, to offset the passenger loading, right? But there are limitations to that. And why is that? Well, if you have very few passengers, they can move around. And because there's little opposing forces...
Sorry guys, still here just to catch my breath.
Take a drink, it'll work
those
better.
moving passengers or moving crew members actually then have a huge impact on the center of gravity, right? So you need boundaries, you need buffers, right? So whenever the center of gravity comes towards one of the boundaries, either be the aft boundary or the front boundary, we would get an information on a load sheet. It would say, yeah, trim critical flight. Exactly. Yeah.
Center Del 2507, flight level 335.
What does it mean? It means that we, the pilots, or me as a captain, I have to make sure that I instruct my cabin crew to make sure exactly that none of the passengers move the seats themselves. So they're not allowed to swap seats, right? So they're being told to monitor that, right? And also, of course, it means for me, I have to make sure that, you know, the loading is done. And also, what that also means is that I would not be allowed to do any last-minute changes myself. All right, so I'm not allowed to then, you know, write on the load sheet, oh, okay, I've got 200 kilograms more in the aft cargo compartment. It's fine, right? So there's limitations to what I can do.
Lufthansa 8270 request.
Okay. Good. So yeah, I remember that really well. And Alpha, yeah, you mentioned that as well, right? You were on those flights that had very few passengers. And so I remember that was always a concern back then, to make sure the aircraft stays within limits. Now, you may ask yourself, hang on, but let's say that's a zero fuel weight number, right? That's the takeoff value. So that's potentially the fuel burn. If you burn all the fuel, the center of gravity moves in a weird way.
Yep, 3255, yeah.
Right? It doesn't go straight down. It actually moves in a weird way. Why is that? Well, it has to do with the fuel loading. Right? So normally, the center tank fuel is being used first of all, because that is the fuel that pulls down on the wings, on the aircraft. So whenever you have a lot of weight in the center tank, the weight in the wing, so the fuel weight in the wings actually then has an opposing force as well, right? Leaving those forces on the joints, right, of the wing being connected to the fuselage. So in order to have those forces as little as possible, the center tank fuel is being used first.
And,
right? And then the wing tanks are being used. And it has a clear pattern. So you would have, in the 320, for example, or 321, you would have center tank first, then the main tank, left and right, would go and feed fuel to the engines.
Okay, my guys, we're controller
and about 800 kilograms. So I think the external had 800 kilograms or 750 kilograms. So once they get close to each other, then the transfer valves, the outer transfer valves opened, and the fuel from the outer tanks transferred to the main tanks. And again, that is due to making sure the wing, so those connections, they receive the least amount of stress, right? And that's why you have this really weird looking center of gravity movement. And this is different for all aircraft types, right? So as we're talking about the A340 having now the option to actually move fuel from the main tanks, right? So the center tank is empty. So now we've transferred fuel from the main tanks all the way back to the tail, to the stabilizer tank. Hence, moving the CG backwards, closer to the center of lift, right? Meaning now we have a CG of 36. On takeoff, we had, I think, like 27 or 28, right? Well, it depends, Alpha. So you see, the wings are swept back, right? So it depends again on the engine, on the engine type, on the aircraft type, and how far or how much the wings are swept backwards. So how the fuel distribution, how much of that is, or how far is that behind the center tank fuel, right? So very often, of course, most cases you don't even have center tank fuel, right? Center tank is usually empty. It's only filled when you have a very long flight with a lot of fuel being required. But in those cases where you have center tank fuel, then yes, that is being burnt off first, always. Yeah, exactly. So once you have, burnt a certain amount of fuel, and I think, if I remember correctly, if one of the main tanks reaches 800 kilograms, then the transfer valve opens, and the fuel from the outer then go into the inner tanks. Oh yeah, the Concorde had an incredibly complex fuel distribution system, and so they had to really pump fuel, forward, backward all the time to balance out that center of gravity. And I mean, a Canard wing aircraft also has a completely different setup in that regard, if you like. So that was definitely very complicated to keep that aircraft in balance. Yeah. Also, you have to realize that these envelopes. So if you get outside, it doesn't mean the aircraft crashes, right? It doesn't mean the aircraft goes out of control. No, there's always buffers, so you always have a bit of buffer around that as well for safety margins, right? Why? Because remember, guys, the only weights that are being measured and accounted for are fuel and cargo, so your luggage, right? Or the passengers and the hand luggage, they're not being weighed. They are estimated. And I can tell you that depending on the region where you're traveling and the routings, you have some routings where you have a lot of business passengers on board. They have very little hand luggage, or they don't. Well, they have hand luggage, but maybe not so much, right? It's different if you fly to destinations where, you have a lot of, let's say, holiday workers in countries, and then they fly home, and of course they want to bring back all the delicious, food stuff, let's say, from their home country back to let's say, to Germany. So they potentially, by experience, their luggage, their hand luggage, is usually a lot heavier, right? It's a normal thing. It just happens. That's the way it is. Now, when you have these estimated weights, let's say you estimate 82 or 84 kilograms for passenger, including hand luggage, on average, that evens out, right? But it can happen then, of course, that the estimate is a bit off. So maybe your aircraft is maybe a ton heavier than than what you have on your load sheet. And for these inaccuracies, you need margins, right? Well, again, you know, not discriminating any countries, any nationalities here. It's just a normal thing, and it's not forbidden, right? So, you know, they're not doing anything illegal, right? And it's not critical. If it were critical, then all those things would be weighed, right? So I would imagine that from time to time, these aircraft, you know, are being checked for weight, etc. So making sure that these estimates are still valid, right? Hey, heavy equation. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, we've all done it. We've all had too much hand luggage, right? Myself included. So that's the way it is. Now, the A340 has a fairly complicated looking fuel system, right? So if you look at the ECAM system display here,
Cathay 710 Center.
You've got outer tanks, you have the inner tanks, you have the tail tank or trim tank, as it's called.
710.
And I was wondering about these values here.
Cathay 710, are you speed restricted?
So there's 1,000 kilograms,
Everyone speed restricted
right, on before this fuel pump,
Thank you.
before this one, this one. So that's 4,000 kilograms.
6188 currently following point.
And these are, what was the name again? Not buffer tanks?
He restricted me. He told me to say at 78.
I just read it earlier on. Maybe someone knows exactly.
Good afternoon, Skyway 25.
So these are fuel values,
340
right? So if you add that's 6 tons, that's 14, that's 20 tons. 4 tons, 24 tons.
Uniform Kilo Victor 25 Bravo Houston Center radar contact.
So I think these are included here.
71 contact Jack.
So that's 7, that's 14, that's 6, that's 20, and 24. Yeah. So those are included here. But I think that's just information regarding kind of a buffer. Is it surge tank? They have a special name. I'll try to figure out what they're called again. Yeah. Why the fuel temperature is measured in the outer? Okay, so that's a good observation.
Delta 10, 5 minutes away is approved. Can we call back?
I honestly don't know why. You know, if that's a bug. Feed tanks. Yeah, they could be called feed tanks. I'll find out. Thanks. And I honestly, I've not seen any other aircraft type that has these feed tanks. The scavenge or surge tanks are usually on the outside of the wings. But I would think so too. I think that's a bug here. I would imagine you have.
Envoy 5150, go ahead.
Hey, did you depart without talking to me?
I received clearance via PDC from Derek a moment ago.
It's a bug. The TOTUS A330 has the same. Oh, no, it shouldn't be a bug. Ah, okay.
The clearance was to take off and fly on course and.
Let me try. Let me check. Let me have a look, guys.
Let me know if I got that wrong.
I'll find out. So I have a.
All right, sure. Envoy 5150, radar contact. Climb maintain 16,000.
I have a document here. Let me check.
Fly present heading, and that's a vector for sequence.
16,000 present vector for sequence.
No, it's correct. So it is correct. So the real aircraft as well does not have a fuel indication or temperature indication there. Now the question is why. Yeah, it even says note. It says note, fuel temperature is not indicated on the right outer tank.
360.
Bruno says well, it's not a bug, yeah.
Climb and maintain 360 and give us the heading again, please, 5150.
Envoy 5150, turn left, heading 200.
collector tanks. That's it.
200 on board 5150.
Delta 962 descend via Doobie 3 Bravo.
Yeah, collector tanks, exactly.
Okay, we'll descend via.
Yeah, that's it.
Delta 962.
So the question was initially why temperatures measured on outer and inner. So the reason why it needs those, I mean, I don't know why it doesn't have a temperature sensor here. I don't know. Maybe an Airbus engineer could tell, but I can't. So, but why do we have temperature indications on the inner tank and the outer tank?
Center Neptune.
And the reason is, if you look at the way the tanks are located and how the fuel is distributed in that, you can see that for the main tank right now.
Yeah, Neptune wants to go back with you. It's technical fault.
So the main tank,
now climb back 320,
fuel
to 9 at 8 at the moment.
is touching the lower side, but it's not full, so there's no fuel touching the upper side. While on the outer tanks, those are full. So you've got fuel touching the lower side and the upper side. So especially at night time, at very cold temperatures, there will be a lot more heat dissipation on the outer tanks compared to the inner tanks. Also, there will be fuel circulations. So fuel is normally taken to cool down the engine oil and then refed into the tanks. Quite often it's the outer tank and then back into the inner tank. So the feedback of these of the fuel that's being used for cooling the engine oil will also influence the temperature of these tanks. So that's why you need to have different indications, different measurements for the outer and the inner tanks.
American 945.
Because in the end, depending on the fuel that you have on board, you have to realize that one of those tanks could then reach the lowest fuel temperature, so the lowest allowable fuel temperature.
Envoy 5150, turn left, heading 090.
Left 090.
The A380 also has feed tanks like that. Okay. So the collector tanks, is that like in order to kind of stabilize, since the tanks are so big, is that there to kind of stabilize the fuel movement? So that you have, less, if you do a turn or something, or if you have turbulence, that way the fuel is steady in front of the pumps. Is that the reason, maybe?
Envoy 5150, direct Memphis, Mike Echo Mike.
Because otherwise I don't have an explanation for that.
Direct Memphis, Envoy 5150.
Right. And I'm not sure how interesting it is for you guys to find out the conditions, but we can go through that a little bit. So there's going to be certain conditions being met in order for the fuel transfer to take place. So the aft fuel transfer. So landing gear has to be retracted, slats have to be retracted, the trim tank is not full. Well, that's obvious, right?
Thank you.
Because if the trim tank is full, then you can't transfer fuel into it. That's kind of the given. And then the inner tank fuel quantity is above 6,250 kilograms. Right? And we're getting close to that. Right? So I can imagine that we're going to have a transfer back again into the main tanks very soon. The aircraft is above level 255, and the aircraft's center of gravity is not on target. And that's the thing. So there's a graph that the fuel control management computer, the FCMC, monitors and has stored, and then looks at the actual center of gravity and then tries to get the fuel transferred so that it meets that line. So for example, if we take our current weight, it is 185 tons, right? So 185 tons, round about here. it would aim for 41% CG. Now, it can't reach that because of the limited fuel that we have on board, right? So it at the moment, it can't transfer more fuel backwards to get the CG further back, so it's kind of limited on that. But it would normally aim for that, but it wouldn't go beyond that, right? So what we could say is that the absolute optimum center of gravity right now at the current weight would be more in the region of 41%, but it can't reach that right now. So the collector tanks give the engine a constant supply of fuel at all given altitudes, even with low level. Yeah, that's what I thought.
188 contact Memphis Center.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
132.55.
Probably stick figure, I would imagine so. Yeah.
6188. Can you repeat the frequency? You said it was 6188 contact Memphis Center 132.
Okay, so
132.55
so normally
for 6188.
only one aft fuel transfer occurs per flight.
Whiskey, contact Memphis Center 132.
So however, the CG in cruise is ahead of the target by more than 2%.
Neptune 11 Whiskey.
The trim tank
Memphis Center,
and the trim tank is below 3,000 kilograms, and additional aft. Okay, transport. Okay. So we can imagine now.
Neptune 11 Whiskey.
With these conditions,
The one whiskey over to Memphis.
there will be no more transfers. So once
Bye-bye now.
fuel transfers back to the main tanks, that's it. Right? It will not do another cycle transferring fuel aft again.
Good.
Request climb flight level 430.
So that's the automatic center of gravity control the A340 has, right? And so that automatic CG control ends once we descend back below flight level 245, or when the FMGS says the time to destination is less than 75 minutes. So when that is met, the automatic CG control will stop and then transfer fuel back again.
966, maintain level 430.
So we have an automatic fuel transfer forward again.
Delta 6, 18 Alpha request.
So then the fuel content of one of the two inner tanks decreases to 5,000 kilograms.
Delta 6, 18 Alpha request level 3.
So once that happens, we can monitor that. So one of those tanks reaches 5,000 kilograms, and then the fuel will transfer back again.
18 Alpha.
Now we can also do it manually, right? There's going to be a button here, right? So tank feed manual, right? Where we can transfer fuel, back again manually if the automatic system doesn't work, or if we for whatever reason we desire to change the CG again. Yeah, exactly. So if we look at the stabilizer position, let me just check here on the flight control page. So right now we still have 2.2 up, but that is much better than the 5 we had at the start. Right. So right now, as you can imagine, on the stabilizer, that is in a much more neutral position, right? So 0 will be up here. That's 0. So if that goes to 0, that's a lot more streamlined, creating less downward force, right? So if we need more downward force, so think of it, it's a bit weird to think about this, but I mean, this is a wing, right? It has a shape like a wing. The only difference is that the curved surface is below, not above. Right, so this wing is upside down, if you like. So it's actually creating lift downwards, right, and hence causing that downward force. So how do you create more downward lift? You have to increase the angle of attack of that surface. How do you increase the angle of attack? Well, if you put that downwards.
Who's checking it?
So by positioning that down more, it creates more lift downwards. However, it would be called up trim, even though it's kind of down trim, if you know what I mean. So you have to think upside down regarding the stabilizer. And why do we have a stabilizer trim at all? Well, if you look at the section here, we have what's called an elevator, right? So this surface here, on both sides.
Contact Memphis Center 132.55.
Just waiting for that source. What's that? Windmills 711 Memphis 13255.
Negative Cafe 710. Cafe 710. Contact Memphis 132.55.
Okay. What else is there to say? Oh yeah.
Guys, I know it's WorldFlight, but the rules of working on the network do not change. You need to pay attention. You need to be available. Cafe 710. Contact Memphis Center.
I'm glad I'm available. Uh-oh. Someone's get walloped. Anyways, do you guys remember that very tragic crash of a 747 freighter in, I think it was in Iraq? And why did that happen? Well, it happened because as it took off, it was Baghdad, right? It was Baghdad, Afghanistan. Okay. Hang on, but Baghdad is in Iraq. So was it Afghanistan? Afghanistan. Okay. So not Baghdad, but Afghanistan. Okay. So what happened there is that as the aircraft took off and got into positive pitch, some of the cargo chains broke, and a Bagram Air Force Base. Thank you much, guys. Okay. And then the cargo that got loose fell back, and then of course it shifted the center of gravity so far backwards that the aircraft became uncontrollable. So it became unstable, meaning that even though the pilots pushed forward on the elevators, so on the yoke, and deflecting the elevators to its maximum, even that force was not enough to pitch the aircraft down. And so the aircraft center of gravity was outside of the envelope, and the aircraft became uncontrollable.
Virgin 73 November, Houston Center, say sign Mach.
So while yes, in general, I mean that sounds very drastic. So yes, it is important to load the aircraft correctly, and it's important for us to get a correct load sheet. And then we on takeoff, we can set the takeoff trim so that once we get airborne, the trim should be set to a point where if you have an engine failure, the speed that the aircraft is trimmed to is about the V2 speed. That's the idea, so that we don't have to trim drastically after liftoff, fighting with the engine failure. So the aircraft is after liftoff is already, in trim regarding the stabilizer. That's the idea behind the takeoff trim, and that's why we need a good load sheet with a good, accurate load distribution information, so that we can then calculate the trim setting for takeoff. And that's why you have today, for example, we had a trim up of 5.3 or something for takeoff, and then after the engine start with the after start items, we manually set the trim here as well.
Houston Center, Southwest 4901, taxi.
Well, I mean, not necessarily with the trim Aviamar. The thing is that in case of engine failure, the optimum speed to fly and climb out is the V2 speed. Now we are allowed to have V2 plus 10, and then if we are faster than V2 and then the engine failure occurs, then we will use the V2 plus 10. But if we're actually higher than V2 plus 10, we would increase the pitch to get the speed back in that range to have an optimum climb out speed, right? But again, the trim setting per se is set so that you're able to fly V2 speed after liftoff. I don't know how many tons it was, Alpha, but it must have been a lot, yeah. It's a horrific crash. When I see that, it gives me goosebumps. That scares me so much, because one of the worst things to a pilot that can happen is that the aircraft becomes uncontrollable. Because what does it mean? It means that it doesn't matter what I'm doing. It doesn't matter if I'm the best pilot in the world, with the best skills, with the best technique to get the aircraft out of a stall in normal conditions. I can't. The aircraft is simply not recoverable. And that is just, yeah, right? And you're doomed to just watch and die, right? I mean, that's a horror, really. Yep. Yeah, they tried. They could have tried to roll it. Yeah, to get the pitch down. Yeah.
So the 962, what runway?
Yeah, in proper restraint. Yeah.
Well, last 26
Very
right
likely.
from Zappo.
Let me just check the.
So the 962, Roger. Any chance you could take? Yeah, that works. So the 962, expect that.
We'll expect 26 right from Zappo Delta 962.
Let's get airports in here. Airports. We're still not over
Boxer 44, contact Memphis Center 132.55. 32.55.
Oh my God, we're still not. We're still over water.
Echo X-ray Sierra.
We've been flying for so long. We've been flying for an hour, and we're still over water. Over the. Now we're going to be careful. What? How do I say this?
Echo X-ray Sierra 25.
How do I say
November,
that politically correct?
Center 132.
I mean, it was the Gulf of Mexico, right?
Apologies for the miss there, call there 132.55, John X.
I don't understand. We don't get political here, all right?
Contact Memphis Center 132.55.
132.55, Envoy 5150.
Now let's not go there, please. Cool. Right, we've covered that. Now, unfortunately, here I wish I had a proper chart indicator here for the payload, right?
Sorry, I don't know why my mic was muted. No question.
So when we talk about the center of gravity, it is somewhat weird if you look at the side view, right? And we talk about the leading edge MAC and the trailing edge MAC, right? But if you look on, from the top view, you have a wing that's swept backwards, right?
Eastern Center, good evening.
Yeah, Alpha True. So
25 Alpha.
So we have lift creation all along the wing here, right? Less on the outside, more inside. And then, so the lift creation is all along the wing, but we've got to, get to a point where literally the lift is centered, right? And then the same applies for the center of gravity, right? Now, if you look at the setup of the leading edge MAC and the trailing edge MAC, it works perfectly nice on a rectangular wing, right? But we don't have that. So we've got to break down the whole wing area into a smaller section.
Houston Center,
right?
491,
and then define
018 left,
the leading edge and trailing edge limitations of the center of gravity. So that's why you get kind of a theoretical rectangular wing, and then a section, and an MAC section. So the
Southwest 491,
the mean average chord.
Left clear for takeoff.
That's the MAC, mean average chord. So that's where these definitions come from, and that's why you see on these charts that we get sometimes in simulators, they always, or the load sheets, they talk about MAC. So that's a mean average chord. It's just a simplification for us pilots, really, to understand where our center of gravity is in relation to the wing, right? To that section.
Delta 618 Alpha, Houston Center.
Exactly. Mean is average, right?
618 Alpha, go.
Now,
Delta 618
the absolute weirdest thing, and I hope it's correct because I couldn't believe it. I don't know exactly where I picked this up.
618 Alpha, we can do maximum.
But
7 correction 80.
If you take the whole distance here of the MAC from 0 to 100%.
Maintain Mach 0.80, Delta 680 Alpha.
And you look at your load sheet,
KLM 448.
and you have allowable limitations forward and aft. Let's say forward limit is 19% and aft limit is 47%. You see how low, how small that range is, where the center of gravity is allowed to be positioned. Right. So you have your lift here, and then the center of gravity has to be within such a small section. And that's why I find it always mind-boggling. And if you look at the whole aircraft, especially a long aircraft, like let's say 340-300 or something. So imagine, you know, all these distances of the arm away from the center, right? Yeah, exactly. It's a very small section compared to the rest of the aircraft. So imagine the whole planning that goes into making sure that you balance the aircraft with the cargo and the passenger seating, that the aircraft remains within that center of gravity. And again,
we have problem here with
remember
we need to return
that
to
CG moves as the fuel is being burned, right?
Southwest 491.
So I find that really fascinating. I'm sorry if that's nerdy,
when you're on
but I always found that really fascinating because again it shows how delicate aerodynamics can be.
Center, Centurion 470 Papa is 24 miles west of Austin Bergstrom at 5,500 inbound for full stop landing.
Yeah, Dominic, right?
Last aircraft taking call sign.
Hey, Lewis.
The Centurion 4780 Papa.
Peter, yeah, it is heavy stuff, yeah. Lewis Daniel, thank you so much for the 29 months.
Alright, Centurion 470
Lewis,
Papa,
nice to see you, and how are you doing?
Squawk
Hope you had a wonderful weekend.
2054.
205480 Papa, thank you.
Yeah, Alpha, good point as well. Very good point, Alpha. Brilliant. So, you know, these topics, I find them fascinating. You're correct. So, what happens to our lift vector?
Lufthansa 526 Houston Center.
So let's say we have a nice center of gravity, 23%, right within limitations, all good. But now, we have a lift vector that changes. Why does it change? For example, it changes as the airspeed changes. Right? So that relationship is always moving around. It's moving around either because the fuel is being burned, or it's moving around because the aircraft speed changes, or the altitude changes, or we change the you know, the curvature of the wing, with the flaps. So that again shows you though why we have to trim the aircraft constantly, right? Because these variables, be it the center of gravity not so much, but the lift vector moving around that much, means that we have to constantly trim the aircraft back to neutral. Because what we want to avoid is having that the elevator is being deflected all the time, right? We want the elevator to be flush with the stabilizer. Because as you can imagine, as soon as we deflect the elevator away from the optimum position, we create drag.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and yeah, swept wings. I mean, the whole topic aerodynamics. I mean, you know, hats off to the engineers who have to study this in all detail. Incredible, really incredible stuff. Yeah. So Alpha has a very good point. Remember that when we get close to the speed of sound, we get these shock waves building on the top of the wings there, creating disturbances in the lift, right? Then causing fluctuations. We can cause very quick fluctuations of the lift, center of lift, and again creating very hefty trim requirement changes. Right, so, yeah, it's fact that the more I talk about it, the more fascinated I'm again that these aircraft fly so safely through the air, right? Especially these huge aircraft, or aircraft like the Concorde. Really fascinating stuff, in my opinion. Oh, Dominic, you are in aerospace engineering, and aerodynamics can be your whole master's degree. Yeah, exactly, right? But it's not allowed. Oh, okay. But again, hats off. I mean, I'm not sure if I have the mental capacity to fully understand and grasp aerodynamics.
Centurion.
Oh yeah, good point as well. So when I was at flight school,
80 Papa Center.
There's a theory about how lift is created, right? And let's see if I can find an empty page here. Yeah, there we go. So.
Guard.
Someone's talking on guard. All right. So.
Meow.
Oh no. You've got to be joking. On VATSIM as well now?
Up at 491, wind 200 at 7.
Anyways,
14 and 18. What's
so, yeah. So a very, very basic wing. Okay, so we were taught, right?
November 478.
So I remember that our teacher back then said, well,
contact.
You've got, particles of air, so molecules of air.
Sorry about that. Radar contact 90 miles west of Austin.
Coming towards the wing, right? So there's one parting to the top and some parting to the bottom, right?
Roger.
And because
Papa, which runway
the wing is
like
curved on top,
southbound?
the distance those molecules have to travel is longer than the distance the molecules at the bottom have to travel. However, that's what the theory back then was, at least that was what I was being taught, is that those molecules meet up again at the end at the same time again.
Would you like a reroute to minimize delays?
Which means the particles on top have to accelerate
121.70, that'll be awesome.
so fast as airflow,
121,
meaning
for new routing in
less
chat,
pressure,
and advise if you're
hence
able to
higher
accept
pressure
and we have it
bottom,
programmed.
lower pressure, higher pressure on the bottom, lower pressure on top, and air then trying to get to the top, creating lift, right? Now, if you listen to some very intelligent people, some experts, they have some very good arguments that the theory that those molecules reach the end of the wing at the same time is wrong.
November 4780 Papa affirmative.
So it has more to do with the angle of attack
10 o'clock and 3 miles of 73
and the way
short
airflow
funnel
hits
for
the
181.
wing, right? And not so much the theory that I was being taught regarding those air molecules accelerating on top and hence creating lower pressure that way. So the whole topic regarding aerodynamics
Copa 764
is,
Center, good evening.
to my understanding, still not completely understood, as there are different theories. But maybe I've got this wrong, but and then as well, I'd be careful with telling your teachers that you're wrong. Hey, McKellen, hello to you. How are you?
Delta 10, contact Memphis Center 132.55.
132.55, Delta 10, yep.
Yeah, so here comes the theory, right? A wing that has zero angle of attack still creates lift, right? There's a YouTube video. There's a YouTube video on that topic. And I've seen that last year sometime, and it's mind-blowing.
3354, maintain Mach point 7.
Again, Copa 244, contact Atlanta Center 132.97. Acknowledge for the night.
Apologies. Say again for 3354. Someone was speaking on guard.
JetBlue 3354, maintain Mach point 76 for spacing.
Maintain Mach decimal 76, JetBlue 33.
KLM 448, maintain Mach point 78 for spacing.
Yeah, so I think we can agree, yeah. So it's probably a mixture, right? It's a mixture of Bernoulli, laws, Coanda, Newton, and some magic, exactly. Some behind-the-scenes magic, why lift is being created, right? Yeah, exactly. That's a question, right? Is it a force pushing the wing up? Or is it because the force, low pressure, high pressure, kind of sucking the wing up, right?
Windmill 711, same Mach number.
Windmill 711, currently 0.817.
Oreo 7, correction, Windmill 711, maintain Mach 0.81 for spacing.
Mach 0.81 exactly for spacing, copied Windmill 711. Yeah, and the thing, and you have to realize, right, so we pilots, we're not engineers.
Okay, that was blocked.
Okay, so,
Copa 764, maintain flight level 340 for now. Break, was that Aussie 121 calling?
So what you don't want pilots being confused, right? So if a pilot says, oh, I understood the basics of lift, right? And he's happy with the explanation that I've given you, for the first time, with those molecules splitting up and then reaching the end at the same time, and high pressure, low pressure, right?
7 Mike Alpha, verify your WorldFlight team.
So it's fine, right? So it's one of those topics, and I'm not joking. It's one of those topics where pilots will ask themselves, well,
I've sent you a
how much of that do we need to know?
Text advise if you if you'd like to accept.
So where is the cutoff point? Where is the information that I'm getting on top useless to me as a pilot, right?
We will maintain.
So, but I find it fascinating nonetheless. And again, I have highest respect for all those people, those very smart people that have a much better understanding of aerodynamics than I have. Yeah, exactly, Alpha, right?
That was blocked again.
Yeah, but the thing is, so what do pilots have to be able to do? Well, yeah, pilots have to have a good knowledge level, regarding general things about aviation, aerodynamics,
all right, one at a
electronics,
time. Aussie 121,
all those topics, right? You have to have a good level of understanding. Yes.
Crestview, Charlie Echo,
however,
then as amended, and
there comes a point where it can actually be negative to your performance in the flight deck. And I made the very basic kind of example some time ago where there was two very smart aspiring captains. So they were in training to become a captain. Both of them very smart, and they were learning on the A320 for the first time.
121 clear to the Detroit
and
airport.
I don't remember what aircraft they came from, but they were so fascinated with the technology behind the A320, especially with the electronics. So they learned, they got mechanic, so documents from technicians, which they shouldn't really get, right? But they got the documents, and they learned all the stuff where all the connections went, which buses provided power to which valves and which bulbs, and which flight control computers had power from the AC bus 1 or 2 or whatever, right? So they were so into that,
got a 618
right?
Alpha contact Memphis Center
132.55. They got into the flight training in the simulator, and this instructor, and I know the instructor really well. He's such a funny guy. And he told a story in one of the seminars, and I laughed so hard at that because I could just imagine him sitting there. So he's sitting, right? He's sitting in the simulator in the instructor seat, right? And he's now giving them a electronic failure, right? Let's say AC bus 2 failure or something, right? Now, what happens is that some displays go dark.
491.
Yes, over the panel you see the fault lights. However, the autopilot 1 dropped out, or 2, whatever was engaged, right? So it dropped out, right? And so the aircraft flew without autopilot. And then both pilots, both aspiring captains in the front, they were like, oh, I've seen this before. Oh, this makes, yeah, you know what? So they were talking, they were discussing.
Aussie 121 contact.
They were saying, this looks like AC bus 2 failure. And from, what we learned is that AC bus 2 with the transfer bus in between then diverging off to the DC bus such and such, and then you know, that is coupled to the autopilot servo motor number 3. However, then affects autopilot 2. So so theoretically autopilot 1 should be working. What do you think? And the other one was going, yeah, I agree, yeah, you're right, and yeah, you said that perfectly correct. And all this time, the aircraft was flying without autopilot, right? And so the instructor was sitting in the back there, and he's like, you know, and then he reached forward from the back. He didn't say anything. He just bent over forward and pushed the button.
Okay, 2 aircraft at once with sensor
and
526.
the autopilot engaged. Right? And they was like, oh, yeah, I was right. Right? You see, it does work. And the instructor stopped the sim and said, guys, right, this has got to stop. All right? You do not need to know all that detail. But what is expected of you
aircraft before that with the request, go ahead.
is that you want to have the highest level automation, right? So when the autopilot 2 drops out, right, you press autopilot 1 button. You have 2 options.
On the ground with
1, it engages.
Text, I'll get to you.
2, it does not engage.
At level 400, say again.
1, it engages. Fine, you fly. 2, it doesn't engage. We continue manual flight.
Oh, so it's
right?
245.
That's it. That's all you have to know.
Houston Center, good evening.
Right?
Verify your cruise altitude
So,
level 400.
It's one of those examples which I find so fitting, but also difficult to then find the point for yourself. Is where, you know, how deep do you learn these things, right? So what is expected of you as a pilot to know, and that's sometimes difficult to judge.
2x5, say again.
Yeah, the children of
You're
Magenta.
really muffled, I would try.
Exactly, yeah. Brilliant stuff. Tennis, yeah, perfect. I mean, I guess it's also for aspiring pilots. It's difficult. It's the difficult topic, right? I fully understand that. So looking back at my career,
Endurance 966.
there's been some difficult situations, and there's been some difficult decisions that had to be made. But
Delta 2507, say Mach number.
And some of these decisions were based not so much on you know, deep background knowledge,
Delta 2507, maintain Mach 0.75 for
but
space
somewhere in the middle,
temporarily.
not just gut feeling, but somewhere in the middle, and you know, and being able to make a safe decision that way. But there's a thin line, and
3354, maintain Mach 0.75.
in Germany there's a saying. See if I remember that. It's gefährliches Halbwissen. So dangerous half knowledge, right? And I think the problem there is that if you think you know, yeah, Rooster Call, I heard that as well. So if you think you know all of that stuff, and you're so confident, however, in reality, you don't know even half of it, and then you make a decision based on your thinking, on a complacency level, if you like, then of course you can make bad decisions, right? So yeah, it's one of those areas which are sometimes difficult to judge, and also, like, I don't know how many things my colleagues know, right? And how much my colleagues study, right? So the only
711, maintain Mach 0.75 for spacing as well.
Okay, understand that correct? Mach 0.75 for spacing, windmill 711.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Wow. Things are getting worse and worse. And we have headwind as well. Oh no. We're flying green dot, guys. I mean, this is like holding speed. Right. Right, question was, did I ever have an emergency or pan? Yeah, I had pan.
To prop upon landing, taxi to the ramp at your discretion.
Because of severe icing on a 737 in top of the wings over the Alps. where
42, say Mach number.
we started getting engine vibration. So we had to get out, and the controller just wouldn't take our call. I requested higher level.
Stevens 42, Houston.
Because I could see that the clouds were stopped, like 2,000 feet above us was the cloud layer, and we could get out. And I wanted to get increased engine performance or engine RPM to get the ice to shed off, right? So I said we need immediate climb to see the icing, and the controller said standby. And I said no, pan. We need to climb immediatally. And then I got the clearance immediately after that.
It's
but otherwise, I've never had a medical emergency.
Stevens 42, maintain Mach point.
Is it unconsciously incompetent? Is that saying, Mark? Unconsciously incompetent. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. So my approach in general was, I always considered myself not knowing all I need to know. So I always had the urge to study from time to time, look into my documents.
That'll be 32.
And especially before my flight sim missions, I really dug into all of my notes and did a knowledge refresher, if you like. Was I perfect? No, by no means was I ever so knowledgeable on all the systems. But I always had apparently, because the feedback I got from my instructors and the grades that I got always indicated that I had a very good knowledge of system stuff and procedural stuff, right? So that was kind of feedback I got, and then I could understand and say, okay, I have the knowledge to safely fly an aircraft or command an aircraft.
9514 Houston Center, good evening.
True.
Yeah, center can also.
True, on a daily basis, like I said, duty times is one of those areas that you need to know very, very deeply, because that's something you come across almost daily. And then rules of the air.
Good night.
Yeah. Voyager, mach's gut. Yeah, apologies again. Oh, it's getting late already.
Delta 3 Tango Whiskey, Houston Center.
So thank you so much, Voyager. See you on Thursday, if you like.
United 12.
Hawk, hello. So V1 Sims recently talked about all the flights he witnessed, which surprised me. Did you see many flights?
That's you 5x5. Yep, I got you.
What do you mean? I'm not sure, Hawk, what do you mean by that? Which flights?
Windmill 711, contact Memphis Center 132.55.
3255. Bye-bye, Windmill 7.
Houston Center, Delta 209 at 360.
Let's call Memphis. Memphis Center, good afternoon. Windmill 711, flight level 380, Mach point 75.
Windmill 711, Memphis, roger.
Oh, fights. Oh, sorry. Fights. Ah, okay. No, I didn't. Sorry, my bad. Fights. There was quite a prominent fight the other day, or situation where on the Lufthansa flight there was a person who attacked other passengers and flew with a fork, I think.
Scarf.
Now, I guess I've been lucky because on my flights, I'm trying to think if I had any fights in the last 10 years. So the only time I had to divert was due to medical reasons, but never, at least not as me as a captain, never because of passenger fighting, no. Oh really? You flew that routing a few weeks before?
Delta 62188, are you back on frequency?
Right, let me get through some more questions. Can you explain the decision to divert due to fuel concerning
Delta 6188, are you back on frequency?
Concerning go around at the destination where weather isn't an issue? Okay. So there's certain rules. Now I can only talk about the rules that I had at my airline, and
Neptune 11 Whiskey, flighting 090.
So
good night.
John, once again, John, thank you so much for your generosity. And take care. See you soon. Have a good sleep. So if you look at the runways, and I'll give you a good example here in Europe, I think. Let's have a look here, charts. Let's go and take, let's see. Let's take Hamburg, okay, as a first example. So Hamburg has 2 runways. However, let's have a look at airport.
Chinese 25 November, descend and maintain level 350.
Okay. So if you look at the Hamburg airport, right, it has 2 runways. So you could argue I'm arriving at my destination. My alternate is, let's say, alternate is Hanover. I'm flying an A320, and so from the missed approach point, I need the fuel to fly to my alternate airport, and then when I reach the alternate airport, I have to have at least 30 minutes remaining flight time at the extra fuel flow at 1,500 feet above the airport. That's the minimum fuel, okay? Now, if we get any time below that fuel level, we'd have to make the decision either to divert straight away, or we could potentially say, I'm going to commit to my destination airport.
Sorry, and what was the speed request?
Now, the destination airport, in order to make that as my, not just a destination, but also the alternate airport, I need certain criteria. And one of those would be 2 runways. However, they are not allowed to cross each other. Right? So the argument is that if you have 2 parallel runways, like in Munich, let's say, right?
American 133, contact Indy 128.37.
If one runway gets disabled because of the aircraft unable to move off the runway, then I have the other runway available to land on, right? And then I have to make sure that certain weather conditions, or the airport isn't below certain weather minimas.
JetBlue 334, climb and maintain.
So if these criteria are being met, then I could take my destination airport as potentially, I don't have to, but I could potentially say, I am going to commit myself to my destination airport, even if I get below my alternate fuel. Okay. The problem is you have to be careful with doing such a or making such a decision. Why?
Level 390.
Because even if you have this kind of setup, potentially what could happen is that a big aircraft, let's say an A380, has a huge emergency, and the airport authorities, especially the fire brigade authority, says because of the huge aircraft, I need all of my fire trucks from both sides to attend to that aircraft. I will not have any fire brigade available for the other runway. Hence, the airport can still close down, even though it has 2 runways. Right? So, committing in these conditions potentially
you are now cleared
could put you in a dire situation. Now,
Yankee Lima Lima.
Let's say this happens and you have no fuel to divert. Well, you would tell ATC, and ATC would give you, I guess, a provisional landing clearance saying that you're clear to land physically, but be advised, if anything happens to your aircraft, you may not get the fire brigade fast enough. So it's on your, this is all in your responsibility, not in mine, right? But of course, you wouldn't divert and then risk the aircraft running out of fuel, right? So you still have options available, but you don't want to get into that corner. That's what I'm trying to say.
Cafe 710, radio check.
So you want to make sure that you consider all aspects, and then make sure that you make a good, solid, and safe decision, and not get yourself cornered, right? It does become before I get to the next question, it does become quite complicated sometimes, very dynamic. So let's say you're very close. So let's say you have like 10-minute extra fuel, okay? And you have to go around. And the question then is, you know, am I going to be able to land in the next 10 minutes to keep my option to divert still?
JetBlue 33.
You know, it's one of those things. That's why you're, as a captain, then, you know, you hold the final responsibility. So you've got to be on top of that game. You know, you've got to follow that. So it's your duty as a flight crew to make sure you always are aware of your reserve fuels, right? And you know exactly at what point you have to make a decision. Either to commit, divert, whatever, right? Alpha, yeah, I hope it's not that bad.
Neptune 11 Whiskey, Critterick Scarf.
Direct Scarf, Neptune 1 Whiskey.
Oh yeah, smoke. Oh, so in simulators, yeah, my biggest, most stressful scenarios were the smoke and fume, smoke fire scenarios. And this would be my biggest nightmare, to have a smoke warning over the Atlantic, let's say. Or, well, Africa, you have some airports. But I mean, like, you know, you're like 3 hours away from the next airport. And then you get a fire warning, a smoke warning in the cargo compartment or something, right?
Cafe 710, radio check.
So, boy, I mean, you know, there's certain scenarios that I don't want to have. And yes, of course, if you have smoke in the flight deck, you're going to have to wear your oxygen mask. Absolutely, right? And that does create a lot of issues regarding communications, regarding your visibility, regarding stress level, etc., right? So, yeah, those situations are definitely very uncomfortable. Yeah, it happens from time to time, right? And we just heard from the Ryanair flight that diverted from...
Hang on, Speedbird 47 Charlie, contact
that was
Indy
from
128.37.
12837.
Not Glasgow, it was somewhere in Scotland. And they flew to their first alternate, which was Edinburgh. And then had to go around there as well because of the weather. And then they diverted to Manchester. Now, they declared emergency. They were aware of the fact that they are going to be well below their final reserve fuel when they reach Manchester, but I don't think they were aware that they're going to cut it that close. Yeah. Oh, Henry, the 747. So the video I showed yesterday, my 747 flight, that definitely had CRT screens for the MCDU, the FMS. Airbus, I'm not aware. I don't know if... oh, hang on. The A300, A310, right? They had CRTs as well. Just black and green screens, yeah. Yeah, Swiss Air disaster, yeah. Absolutely, Campbell, yeah. Hey, Campbell, greetings. Yeah, that was a very, very sad and terrible accident. And a lot of things changed because of that, especially checklist layout. They made the checklists bigger and the text bigger.
Very frustrating. The fact that the guys are actually here, not the ones.
Yeah. Also.
Exactly. Sorry.
Nowadays, when you have a smoke warning or any indication that you have a potential fire on board,
yeah, I'm trying to get them just.
The first thing you do is you turn to an airport straight away. That's the very first thing you do. You do not waste a single second. So you don't go to any procedures. You just go straight towards the, declare emergency and go straight towards the next airport.
1333, contact Atlanta, 132.907.
What was the worst flight in terms of weather or passengers? Weather, thunderstorms, and wind shear in Salzburg. I mean, actual wind shear. We actually fell out of the sky for a few seconds. That was scary. Or 747 stalling, having a stall over the Pyrenees Mountains because of the really bad lee winds. So these rotors at night time. We couldn't see them. Nobody reported them.
Memphis Center,
And,
good afternoon.
yeah,
Skyway
that was
25
also scary.
Bravo 340.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
sorry, what is
if
it
you
called
if you go Mayday or if you have
Skyways to
certain abnormals, you have to file a report.
Skyway
Yeah.
25 Bravo, roger.
Oops.
Skyway 25 Bravo, requesting 5 minutes away, if that's okay.
Yeah, the mountain wave. So what happened
Yeah,
is
no
that
more than 5, please.
we were
Everybody's
very
getting
high.
lost.
I
So,
mean,
yeah, that's the approach. Let me know when you're back.
I didn't want to go
Okay.
that high. I was pilot flying, but my captain decided he wanted to get up early
Delta 6188.
at a high level so that for the crossing towards South America,
Cafe
you know,
710.
we wouldn't be blocked by another aircraft. So he went straight to maximum level.
American 542, are you here?
And so we were right near Coffin Corner, as it's called. Right, so as first of all, we got a wind shear, a positive wind shear.
410.
So the wind suddenly, from 60 knots tailwind, turning to 60 knot headwind, causing an immense
I expect a
overspeed.
different routing since you're not part of the WorldFlight, but I'll have that for you
So
in just a minute.
we had power going to idle,
Okay, we will be
speed
right
brakes
back
out,
whenever you're ready.
and then the next moment, the wind changed direction again to 60 knot tailwind. So we lost the 120 knots again at idle power, speed brakes out, and then the aircraft dropped the speed below the or into the minimum speed value. So in the amber band. So it doesn't mean the aircraft stalls, right? You still have a margin to where the aircraft actually stalls. But the problem was we hit turbulence. And because of the turbulence, so the G-loading, the actual stick shaker speed, or the angle of attack
Boxer 4-4
activation
cleared direct
varies very
car.
quickly. And then because of the turbulence, for a very small time, we actually got a stick shaker. So, and that's a clear stall indication, and then you just react, right? You do exactly what you learned in the simulator, right? You unload, autopilot off, unload the aircraft, so push the nose down, slowly advance thrust again. If you below 20,000 feet, you could put some, and within limits, you could get some slats out, for example. So you have certain procedural steps you take to then cover that stall situation. So it wasn't a pure stall. It was a low-speed flight in that moment with occasional stick shaker activation, right? So, yeah, we lowered the nose. We picked up speed again. And then one interesting observation was, if you look here, for example, green dot, right? So that shows you the area on the polar where is that still connected? Hang on. Yeah, that's still connected. So if you look at your drag and lift diagram, right? So let's say it looks like this, right? So
Neptune 11 Whiskey contact. Indy Center 128.37.
you have.
Indy 12837.
Let's see. That should be airspeed.
Delta 6188.
Right.
About to get
And
booted.
let's say that's drag. Okay.
128.37.
So.
Cafe 710, you're about to get kicked off. Contact Indy Center 128.37. Over.
Someone's in trouble. Right, so you can see that as the airspeed decreases, the drag.
1313, contact Indy.
So the net drag also decreases, and there comes a point where you have the least drag and the most lift.
330.
Right. So this point here is literally the most efficient point, right?
All right,
because
so I got a step climb request.
you're flying at the speed that creates the least amount of drag. The problem with that speed is you're not getting anywhere.
3354 and
okay, so this speed is great for fuel flow, right? So if I look at my fuel flow right now, it's at the lowest possible point.
3354, climb and maintain level 350.
The problem is our speed is not exactly brilliant. So it's going to take a lot longer now to get to destination. Right? So really you want to fly this speed in the holding pattern. Because if in the holding pattern, you're not in the hurry to get somewhere.
Bravo, thank you.
Right? So that way, that's what you aim for in the holding pattern.
25 Bravo, Roger, thank you. And Steven 42 Memphis, Roger.
Hey, Heavy Equation, how you doing? Are you doing what's MPTO?
American 1313, contact India.
But you're flying to Cancun now. Yeah. Exactly. Fuel over time.
Appreciate the
is not
help.
so time.
Contact Indy Center 128.37.
Yeah, we did. We had to fly the report, Bernard. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. So the problem was that. So there's another equation. Another problem is that if you slow down further, the drag starts to increase again. Right? So you're now getting, if you're looking now at the thrust available, right, depending on altitude.
American 542, I got that reading for you when you're ready.
So at lower altitude, you have a lot of thrust, excess thrust, right?
For that, new reading.
So as long as you are,
it's not too far
you know,
away,
in that regime, you're fine, because if you slow down, the drag increases. While you have
Lima,
excess thrust
and the Victors to arrival
to get out and increase the speed again, and then become and get in front of the power curve again, or the front side of the power curve. Now, the problem is as you climb up higher and higher, your excess thrust gets less and less. So remember when I said we were actually very high, which means that our potential excess thrust was very small. So we couldn't accelerate beyond a certain point. Yeah, Piri.
Just checking, is
but
it the same runway
the bigger problem was that we were stuck at an airspeed that was behind the power curve, right? So
I would assume so, but don't hold me to it.
We were outside of the critical area regarding airspeed. However, we had too much drag, meaning that we couldn't accelerate. So the engine thrust we had available.
502, contact Atlanta.
Ken and Plug, good night to you. Thanks for watching, and again, apologies for the long wait on the ground. So, what options do we have? Well, we have potential energy, right? So we can trade.
12837, Connect 25 November.
We can trade potential energy, i.e., lose altitude. Exactly,
yeah,
Bernard.
I called it 240. Who was that?
Right. So we trade altitude, meaning we gain kinetic energy, and then getting back into the regime where you have excess thrust.
13365.
Right. And then you can accelerate out. So that's exactly what we had to do. We had to ask ATC to descend further in order to pick up speed, and that's something the Spanish controller didn't understand. Right? He said, no, you cleared the climb back up to level whatever, right? And we said, no, we can't. He didn't understand our problem. So we had to say we have to descend first to pick up speed. And once we have picked the speed, then we have the energy to climb back up. So eventually he gave us the clearance, but that took some convincing. Yeah.
Memphis Center Opway 5150, request 3 minutes AFK.
Well, Hawk, it's the same procedure. Aviate, navigate, communicate.
Yeah, I'm going to have a frequency.
So your first concern in the stall is recover the aircraft.
No problem. On board.
Right, you have to control the aircraft. So first thing.
711. I need to change your altitude either down to 370 or up to 390.
Windmill 711. In this case, we would appreciate 390.
Windmill 711. Resume normal speed. I'm going to maintain for level 390.
Okay, resume normal speed and climbing up level 390. Windmill 711. Alrighty. So we're going to do that with vertical speed. So we have, but we've got to be careful again, guys. So I've got to be careful with the climb rate. Right? I just make sure that I don't drop below green dot here. Exactly for the reason. I don't want to drop behind the power curve, okay? Yeah? Alright.
Delta 10, go
ahead. Exactly, Alpha.
Delta 10, go ahead.
It's a kind of a contradiction. Trying to speed up an aircraft and climb, a 340 and climb. We are at max power. That's the thing. Yeah, nice. We get a practical demonstration. Exactly. So imagine if I have to call ATC and say, yeah, windmill 711. We requested to descend first to flight level 360 and then climb 390. And he would be like, what? Come again? Why? But at least now you have some background knowledge, right? You understand. And I know, honestly, the whole performance topic is not my favorite topic.
Envoy 5150 stack.
It's a lot of graphs and theory, etc.
I'll let 5150 get you back, thanks.
But yeah, in the end, it's important, right? You've got to know, you've got to have some basic knowledge on those performance stuffs to make some good decisions. It does move. So green dot definitely moves. It has to do with the aerodynamic, circumstances that the aircraft faces, right? Now it doesn't change much when you climb 1,000 feet, but if you descend, let's say descend 10,000, green dot would change.
Indy Center 128.37.
What's the favorite topic?
128.37 on board.
I've always been keen on. Well, aerodynamics has always fascinated me, aerodynamics per se, and I've quite enjoyed meteorology. So meteorology, hydraulic stuff, autopilot stuff, navigation stuff.
Virgin, 33 November.
But yeah, worst thing, electrics. So electronics, and air law. Those are my least favorite.
Delta 2507, climb and maintain level 350.
Yeah, so there's different. It depends on how you look at it, right? So your definition is correct. So green dot is one of the definitions is best lift to drag ratio, right? So, but that would mean that we would have to draw this the other way around. So I have, instead of drag, I would have to put lift. And then if I put lift, then of course as speed increases, the lift goes up. And again, we reach a maximum, and beyond which again, the lift drops for aerodynamical reasons. Yeah.
Memphis, hello. This is Gulfstream 650 Golf Yankee, flight level 400.
Oh, good question. Good, Captain Chaos. Good reminder. Let me check here. Totally forgot about fuel.
Delta 618 Alpha.
Yeah, look at that.
You on a different arrival. That's ready to copy.
So remember that we said we had 4,000 kilograms
618 Alpha, go ahead.
in the tail tank.
Delta 618 Alpha after
so we just passed 5,000 kilograms, and now it transferred back some fuel.
Arrival.
However, not all the fuel.
Hotel Alpha November.
So it's trying to keep some fuel in the tail tank, in the trim tank.
After tour, Hannibal 3 arrival, and confirm it will be 0 for left, Delta 618 Heavy Alpha.
I do not know that. It's just they want you on that arrival for the flow.
I think you Hannibal 3 arrival, then 618.
Airbus, I would have to see an A340 fly back to first of all.
555, I don't know what happened there, sorry about that.
Yeah, what happened there?
It would probably stall before that.
I lost you. You still here?
But the thing is that then it's a different kind of stall, right? So the aerodynamic stall, so the high-speed stall is different to the low-speed stall, right? Hey, Peter. Yeah, those can get a lot lower even. But the thing is this, so
3354.
So you got to look at so this is the still air temperature. Right, this is calculated. It's not measured. It's calculated. You can't measure the stiller distance in a moving aircraft. Right, it doesn't work. So what we have is a total air temperature. Right, that is kind of the temperature measured with the airflow hitting it, hitting the sensor. Right, so it's kind of Toto would know best now if it's, you know, compressibility, etc., friction, whatever. Right? But
you're clear via the Hannibal 3
you would see that
Hotel Alpha
the
November
fuel
Bravo
temperature
Lima 3.
doesn't really go below the TAT, right? Because again, I mean, it can. I'm not saying it can go below the TAT because it has to do with which areas are subjected to that temperature. So you can imagine that as the airflow hits the front of the wing, sure, you got your minus 4 degrees here, but on top here, right, you're going to have a lot less temperature on top, right? Because the accelerating airflow, the lower pressure,
endurance 966.
Right, so the fuel and even the lower side, so the fuel touching the metal to the outside stream.
Windmill 711, I need to change your arrival. Advise ready to copy.
Windmill 711, go ahead, please.
Windmill 711, after Tor, cleared via the Hannibal 3 arrival. That's Hotel Alpha November Bravo Lima 3.
Okay, after Tor, we cleared the Hannibal 3 arrival, Windmill 711. Well, that's not too complicated. That's all right. Let's try that. So let's have a look. Hannibal Lecter, you gotta love that. These arrival routes. US, brilliant. I love that.
Delta 10, contact Indy Center 128.37.
128.37 Delta 10.
Next waypoint is called Scarf. Yeah, for good reason.
Yeah.
Runway 21. Okay, I'll check that in a minute. Are we getting close? I mean, it feels like we'd only been flying for an hour. Oh no, 2 hours.
Endurance 966. What can you report your feedback to? We've caught everybody else up.
Hour 20. Let's say hour 10 maybe. Yeah, so we still have a bit of time. Not too bad.
8. Endurance 9.
Oh yeah, Alpha. And even the Concorde.
1.82 for now.
Even the Concorde had issues with temperature. Yeah, absolutely.
JetBlue 3354.
So the Hannibal 3 arrival, out of arrival. Here it is, Hannibal 3. So Tor. And then we join the Hannibal. I'm going to enter that now into the MCDU.
American 512, necessary climb and maintain for level 350.
American 350.
So arrival. Let me get the ATIS.
Skyways 25 Bravo, climb and maintain for level 350.
Let me get the ATIS on my EFB.
Flight level 350, Skyways 25 Bravo.
So Detroit, weather, ATIS.
Stevens 42, climb and maintain for level 390.
So currently information Bravo, 290, 19 gust 26. Runway 2 on left, 2 on right. Zulu localizer.
Stevens 42, climb and maintain for level 390.
So let's assume then. Let's have a look at the layout again.
Endurance 966, are you still level 430?
Just climbing back up should be no issue.
Cheeky. So 2 on left is in use, and 2 to right. Now I remember when I was there, Detroit, we always landed.
Virgin 73
I think
November.
4 left.
Need to change your altitude either 390 or
and then we vacated
410.
Alpha 5.
410 November.
To the ramp.
Virgin 73 November, climb and maintain for level 410.
And I think we parked here, if I'm correct.
Climb in 410 November.
Yeah, so. Tango Kilo, hi. I'm glad you enjoy these topics. I'm always, not so sure if they get too theoretical, and then people start to fall asleep because. But I mean, if most of you have a feeling that now they've learned something new, and have a better understanding of the aircraft, then it's mission accomplished.
What's your normal speed?
It's, oh, you saw one in Seattle in a museum.
River 2 by Whiskey Foxtrot, resume normal speed.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to expect runway, I'm going to go with 2 to right, I think. I think that's my best bet. We can change it later if we want to. Oh, you did theoretical ATPL. What lesson exactly? Grinding is over soon. I feel for you. I feel for you. I know that the ATPL theory was the worst part for me, really. Because it just seemed like it never stops. It's just, you know, day after day preparing, learning, revising. Extremely tiring.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Captain
The Panda,
Black Box
thank you so much for the tier 1. Welcome to the community.
Should now pick up their past
Thanks so much and welcome.
Hey, members, 650 Golf Yankee. Can I step away for about 10 minutes?
All right, so let's have a look here at the 2 to right.
Golf Yankee, affirmative, report back up.
So
Lucas,
2 to
Golf Yankee.
right, we've selected that. And now we've got to take the different arrival. Hannibal 3 via Tor. Oops. Transition Tor insert. Let's have a look.
Map Center, good day, Delta 506, 1964230.
Yep, that looks okay to me. Let's have a look here. Let's go
Delta
plan mode.
506, roger, climb and maintain for level 370.
370, Delta 506, collegiate,
Yeah, so there we go. So that's the arrival. And then parallel and then radar vectors for the approach.
Could you repeat that, Delta 506? Sorry about that, your mic cut out.
Delta 506, say again. What's your request?
Yeah, okay, we'll talk about the fuel temperature. Now,
Delta 506, collegiate, flight level 340.
yeah, it's fuel temperature, right?
35 or 37.
So, the limits are...
We can do a 35, Delta 506.
See if I can remember correctly. So, we have in the US...
Delta 506.
We have Jet
Delta
A.
506, climb and maintain for level 37.
In Europe, we have Jet A1. Now, they have different freezing temperatures. Right, so let's have a look. Jet A1.
Stephen 42, climb and maintain for level 390.
So Jet A1 has minus 47. Right, and Jet A, sorry, Jet 1 has minus 40. Right. So again, so Jet A1 minus 47, freezing point. Jet A fuel only minus 40. So you see a big difference. Let's say you fueled up a lot of fuel, literally all the fuel in the US.
Good evening, sorry.
Your
with the flight number
minimum fuel would be minus 40. Now the problem is you don't really want to go all the way to minus 40. Right? So you set your limit to minus 37. And in some MCDUs, you can actually set the max fuel temperature. I think A380 has it, Bruno, correct? Right. But anyways, so let's say you're flying along.
Delta 2 Mike Echo for spacing, flighting 330.
So let's say you're getting close to minus 37 degrees Celsius. So then you have to take action. Now, Bruno mentioned you could fly faster, increase the total air temperature that way. So increase the friction, and then you can that way increase the total air temperature. The problem with that is you would have to increase speed quite considerably to really get 2 degrees difference. And to my experience, 2 degrees isn't really much to stop fuel from cooling down. It can help, yes, but so the much better option to increase the fuel temperature again is to descend into thicker air and then fly faster. Right? That's the combination of higher temperatures lower down plus being able to fly at higher speeds that way, or have more friction that way, But yeah, the bigger change comes from descending to warmer air, right? But the problem is, if you're on the Atlantic, in your track system, with lots of aircraft around you, sometimes it's hard to get descent, right? Oh yeah, I had to worry about the fuel temperature on the 747. The 747 had
506 to Memphis.
Had the problem in these conditions to really cool down quickly with the fuel temperatures. So coming from the US, especially US to Frankfurt, we often got into those areas where we had to do or take action. Yeah.
Memphis Center, hello, Boeing 524, my golf flight level 360, and request to step away for about 10 minutes.
Up to 4 Mike Golf.
Oh really? So you had several flights of MD-11.
Alright, well, we'll call you back when we're
and
back.
You got in winter time. You got those temperature warnings, yeah. Okay. Exactly. Yeah, Bruno, you're right. Yeah. So Airbus only has a -37-degree trigger, right? It doesn't care about if you have Jet A1 or Jet A.
Delta 2, Mike Echo.
And then you have to decide. Now, it can become quite complicated because let's say you had a lot of remaining fuel. Let's say you have 30 tons remaining fuel, Jet A1, and then you fuel 30 tons of Jet A on top of that. We actually had tables to then go and find out your new freezing point. Now, if you play it safe, you go with -40. Fuel temperature is normally done whenever you do a fuel check, Scar. So, you know, just to watch and monitor the tendencies, right? So talking of fuel, I just monitored the estimated fuel on board. We currently have 16 tons, and we still have 11.5, so we still have 5 tons extra. And right now we're burning 5.2, which is considerably less than the 5.6 on the flight plan. Reynold, no worries. Dankeschön fürs Zuschauen. Yeah, call you tomorrow or Wednesday. We'll have a look for the group flight. Take care, Reynold. Nice to see you. And so we had 5.3. Let's say 16.3. Yeah, so I think
Endurance 966. I can't get
we have 5 tons extra.
Enough.
So the fuel flow that we had on OFP was 6.3. So that's way higher, and that's why we have much more extra available. Even though we burned a lot of fuel to the ground in Cancun.
Endurance 966. Fly heading 090 and descend and maintain level 390.
Good point as well, Sajil. There's also a high temperature, a maximum temperature as well for fuel, right?
There's 966 will enable maintain Mach 8
so
0.
Imagine that we talked about you need fuel to cool certain components like engine oil, right? So if the fuel gets, let's say, to 50-60 degrees, it'll still cool the oil, right? Because oil temperature will be higher, but the problem is you're now getting much higher temperatures in the fuel back into the tank, so there's limits as well regarding the max temperature on the ground. Yeah. So what time is it, guys? I just need to listen. My wife sent me a message here. Let me just check here. Hold on.
JetBlue 3354, same lot number.
Bob decimal 78, JetBlue 3354.
Roger, can you do 80?
8
JetBlue 3354, maintain Mach 180.